Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Mesdames et Messieurs, einen wunderschönen guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren, and welcome, everyone. It's three's company, but four makes the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to GTR24H. Alex Goldschmidt, Kieran McGinley, David Christie, Yusuf bin Sahel. The boys are in full force this evening. Gentlemen, welcome.
Hi guys.
Perfect, nailed it.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here again. Obviously, we had the test session last night. Kieran, it's fantastic to have you in the studio. And Yusuf, yeah, it's brilliant to have you. Still here. What can I say? They haven't got rid of me yet, but what a night we've got in store for us, guys.
Well, Kieran arrived here this morning. How's your experience been with the team so far, now that we're actually in his studio?
It's amazing. You know, it's so much different to actually get to know everybody in person now. It's been quite a few weeks now. We've all been behind a screen in our own homes, but now we get to bring the trouble into an actual studio. I'm
I like that. Bring the trouble into the actual studio. It's been fun and frolics all the way through the last couple of days. But you people out there have the chance to be interactive with us. Use the hashtag GTR24H.org, because in just 25 minutes time, we host our official Le Mans Round 6 EEWC official press conference. We have got team bosses, we have got drivers, and guys, this is going to make this the kickstart of what's going to be a fantastic twice around the clock race come 3 p.m. on Saturday.
Absolutely, and it's almost like we're getting that little bit cooler and cooler with every single broadcast. Now we've got the official press conference, and I'm really excited to hear what the teams, what little snippets of information the teams can give us ahead of the Le Mans race that is, well, just around the corner now. And yeah, as Alex said, make sure to use the hashtag GTR24H. We'll be opening it up for viewer questions as well towards the end of that press conference.
And Kieran, this is going to give us a real good insight into how the preparation has been up until this point. I know that I've interviewed the likes of Mugen Sim Racing's Adam Storage, who said, well, the practice is just about starting, but there are teams that have been chomping at the bit to tackle this 13.626 kilometre circuit. Yeah,
but don't expect them to give too much away about how they prepared and what their strategy might be coming up. They'll keep those cards very close to their chest, but it'll be an interesting insight to see what on earth goes on in preparing for twice around the clock.
Indeed. You can catch up with live timing.gtr24h.org to keep an eye on what's happening in the 4 classes: DPI, LMP2, GTE and GT3. David, this is the first time we had open practice yesterday evening and this morning. It's now official practice. No doppelgangers. It is one car, one driver out on this circuit. This is going to be a true indication of what's yet to come.
It really is, and I think some of the teams we saw last night with those doppelgangers that we were talking about, where they had maybe all of the drivers in a particular team in different cars in the same practice session, they were really doing a smart move, because they were getting that extra time on the official conditions as the track was, and as it is going to be as well. So really getting that extra time in. So I think that's going to be invaluable. But it all comes down to tonight, to getting a feel of how the track is, getting a feel of how your teammates can hand over the car, because we saw a lot of interesting driving standards last night, I think. And if they do that tonight, they're going to jeopardise their own practice regime that they've got.
Now, Yusuf, we talked about weather last night. I see a little bit of a weather front coming over from the United States over the English Channel.
You say a little bit, Alex. I'm seeing a fair amount of rain that is heading this way over the weekend. I think the clouds, or I should say the heavens, will open, and this weather map that we're seeing is not doing justice to how much rain is going to come this weekend. It's going to be on and off, and the first real douse of rain that we're going to be seeing this weekend is at the start of the first qualifying session. It's going to be raining in Le Mans before that opening qualifying session, and then it's going to be drying up over the course of the session, and that's really exciting, because it means the track's going to be drying up and the drivers are going to be having to constantly push throughout the session just to find those little extra snippets of grip.
Now, Kieran, tomorrow we go into official qualifying. Qualifying 1 during the daytime, qualifying 2 during the night. Up until this point, it's been the standard circuits. Now here comes the Leviathan of Le Mans. These drivers have to be on the razor's edge of the limit of adhesion, trying to get those lap times in. And based on the average of the 2 lap times, we'll have a grid set for the race starting at 3 p.m. on Saturday.
You said it. I mean, we're looking at, over 3 minutes you've got to put together the perfect lap. Who's going to unlock their inner Kamui Kobayashi and really conquer this circuit? I mean, it's going to be absolutely brilliant to see them on full attack for the whole of those 3 minutes. Let's just see who comes out on top. And as you said, it's over the 2 sessions as well, with the lap times combined, then divided by 2 to give us our average. So over a day session, over a night session, maybe a little bit of weather thrown in just for fun.
Just for giggles, eh, David?
Well, there's usually another word that I put before that, but we're not going to mention that on the screen. So
definitely.
I mean, just going on that point. I mean, we cannot overstate how important tonight is. Not just the practice session, but Alex, I think that this press conference, this official press conference, is going to be potentially huge. Not just for the teams taking part in terms of representing themselves and getting their brands across and things like that, but for other teams as well. They are going to be listening very, very closely to see if they can glisten any information, any strategy advice or anything like that will help them out. So we'll obviously try and help the teams that are giving us the information and all that sort of stuff, but we want to get as much juicy intel and juicy info as everybody else out there.
And just like the teams, Yusuf, we're going to be reading between the lines as well, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And to kind of follow on from what you were mentioning, David, I think it's interesting as well because all of the interviews, all of the podcasts we've done have been with one driver, one team member by themselves, and now you've got multiple team members. Now when the shade starts getting thrown, everyone else is in the call at the same time, and it allows for a bit more interaction between the teams. We get to see a bit more where these rivalries really do sit.
Indeed. We've had some driver changes, Kieran, most notably Axel Sports. Alex Young, the team manager, has thrown his son into the car this weekend. Alistair Young, very, very quick driver. He's along with the likes of Miko Nassi. Miko Nassi, I know through my travels in Rotax, he's a Skip Barber iRacing champion. We've got pretty much a very competitive field here today and over the course of the weekend.
Definitely. I mean, any one of those teams could really have themselves a good chance, and with Axel throwing possibly their best munition forward, it really opens up what could actually be a really exciting finale. And it really throws into the mix of satellite racing because, of course, they've got two cars there in that championship battle for DPI. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a thorn in the side of satellite for sure. Yeah.
Speaking of thorns in the side for satellite, Yusuf, Team Rookie Monsters, the 555 and the 666. We saw the 666 pretty much up there. Taylor Lane from the 555 was on point, as was Simon Marshall. They were pretty quick yesterday. Today, it's under the nighttime sky. This is where you separate the brave from the really brave.
Absolutely, and Team Rookie Monsters are a team that raced with us last season in 2020 in the Endurance Racing World Championship, and they're a quick team. For anyone who didn't see Le Mans last year, Team Rookie Monsters were the absolutely amazing team that they had a team in the GT class, they had a team in the LMP2 class, and they got the LMP2 car to push the GT car all the way down the Mulsanne Straight and gain about 2 to 3 seconds over their lap. In the end, they got done by the stewards for it. But I thought, it's an ingenious try. It's worth throwing the shot out there. So I think Team Rookie Monsters, as well as bringing in great drivers, they also have a few strategies potentially up their sleeves that they could be showing.
David, we've got several teams, whether it be in a single class or multiple classes. Take, for instance, Mugen Sim Racing. They're third in the championship, equal on points with Juice's Motorsport in the number 15 in LMP2. And they're also battling Unison Racing in the 717. They're 20 points behind. I've actually been speaking to John Tadell behind the scenes. I don't think there's ever been one team that has won 2 classes in the same season.
And on that note, I mean, that is such a difficult thing for them because they've got to split all of the resources, all of their strategy, all of the attention over both of those teams. It's not like one that's taking part in, say, the GT3 is just taking part just to make up numbers, maybe get third place or something. They are actively in the fight with the championship. And the thing is, with both of the classes that are there for, they're just a stone's throw away. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because how much attention can you physically give to both teams? Surely one side is going to have to suffer over the other because you're never going to be able to balance it 50-50 straight down the middle. One of them is going to prosper over the other one. But if they do it, what a turn up to take 2 titles in the one season.
Well, we do actually have to send get well soon wishes to our very good friend Chris Buxton, who's at home. Good to catch up with you earlier on, my good friend. And hopefully he may, depending on how he's feeling, might be able to join us for the first couple of hours of the race itself on Saturday. Kieran, there was a very interesting article. Big thanks to our news hound, Ewan O'Leary. Fantastic job that man is doing. Our voice of the European Hill Climb Championship. A very good quote from Alexei Mizin from Unison Racing. And I think this speaks for all of us. We're all going to agree on this. Patience is the key at Le Mans.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree with that. And one of the main reasons is that it's twice around the clock. You've got to have that patience.
Yeah.
But you can't go into it thinking that absolutely nothing will go wrong. Your drivers will make mistakes. Maybe there might be a little bit of an issue in the pit lane. It's not going to be a perfect 24-hour run. So it's all about managing those mistakes and trying to make the fewest mistakes possible. That's the key to winning. And obviously a little bit of luck on the side does tend to help. And if the weather plays ball, even better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going to throw this open to all three of you, really. The competitiveness of this season has been exemplary. We've had multiple different winners in all 4 classes. This is, you know, the pièce de résistance, as the French would say. It's the real curtain call on this season. It's all about not just going for titles here. It's all about bragging rights going off into the winter.
Absolutely, and I want to correct on one thing, because in the DPI class, and because they only joined in the Nürburgring, Satellite Racing are the only team to have won. But you mentioned about being able to carry momentum at the end of the season, and I believe it was actually Nico Rosberg who recently was talking about, at the end of his 2015 championship, how much momentum being able to win those final few races of the season was able to give him into the next year. And for a lot of the teams, especially those towards the top end of the championship, in fact, even look at a team like DIS. They did so well in the GT3 class last season, promoted up to the GTE class, and they're up there battling with DIS, WOSR and Musto every now and then, and maybe even next year could be having a shout for that GTE title.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran, David, your thoughts?
I'll let David go first.
Well, just on that one, just to pick up from Yusuf.
You're making up for lost time.
we said this last night about the Satellite Racing, that 64, about that momentum that they've got. They've won at the Nürburgring, they've won at Spa. They've just come into the championship and pretty much kicked everyone else all over the field. And it makes it very, very difficult for the 65 and the one, you know, the sister Satellite Racing car and the Viaductin car, to actually have that headspace, to have that mental capacity to go, yeah, we can actually do this. But that actually goes against them as well, because the 64 coming in, having 2 out of 2 at the last 2 rounds, you know, they're going to be coming in with, you know, confidence. They're back puffed up. They're really going to be riding the crest. Well. Exactly. And on that note, I mean, Viaductin, it's been the same way for the last 3 races. It's been Satellite Racing 1, 2 and Viaductin in 3rd. But the thing is, we've seen from the open practice last night, the free practice session, anything can happen. We've said again, Le Mans chooses its winners. You know, we've seen umpteen different times accidents happening. It isn't just the DPIs that are racing, it's the LMP2s, it's the GTEs and it's the GT3s, and anything can happen as we go twice around the clock. So yes, they come in with the momentum, yes, they come in with a lot of potential, and yes, they are probably my favourites to take the win. But does that mean they're guaranteed? Not a chance. And that is what makes it so exciting, because it puts all the pressure on their shoulders.
And at the end of the day, you've got to get that car over the line after 24 hours. It's no good if it's 23 hours and 55 minutes. You don't get anything for that. You've got to make sure that car crosses the line in the healthiest possible condition to get yourself the biggest points of the lot. Yeah,
I mean, we've seen it in real life where races have been decided on the final lap. Number 31, Team WRT this year in LMP2, lost it because of an issue with the car. It happens here in sim racing, Yusuf. We've seen, like, say, Mugen Sim Racing in the 41 McLaren 650S GT3, the double downshift that blew the gearbox and put them in the pits. And they were on course for winning the opener, and it fell into the laps of Unison Racing. Here it's even more pivotal.
And we've seen it not just with them, but with the likes of Deuce's Nick Newcomb, who we'll be speaking to a little bit later as well. He had that PC issue in Indianapolis. Nothing he can do about that. Sometimes these things happen. Same for Musto as well in Indianapolis. They had a disconnect. All of a sudden, they crashed into a wall. Nothing they can do about it. There are circumstances that are sometimes in their control with regards to how much stress you put onto the car, and at the same time there are certain circumstances outside of their control. And as a driver, and the same in life, really. You know, life lesson for everyone out there. There are some things you control, you can control. There are some things you can't. No point beating yourself up about those that you can't control.
Yeah, true. I mean, let's have a look at what's happening on track, because we've been talking for about 20 minutes and it's already flown by, hasn't it, guys?
It absolutely has. I mean, I've just jumped into the hot seat and it's absolutely flying by.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, buddy.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, Hypercar at the moment, Viaducton have already put in a lap time, 3 minute 27.2. Mark Weitz has been out for the 666. Not yet seen the 555 out on the circuit. LMP2, Roy de Muink from Juices leading the way, 3 minute 26.8. Turnlower has also been out on the circuit. Gabor Hevesi in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car, third ahead of DEAC's Zoltan Vargoni. Matt Webb from E-Team Brit rounds out the top 5. Yellow out in Sector 2. Massive moment that was Turnlower. Lost it big time, and that was coming through the final part of the circuit. Yusuf, I've just seen that on my screen. Here in the night time, it takes no prisoners, does it?
No, absolutely not, and hopefully we do get to see a replay of it as well. But in the night time, we talked about this yesterday as well. It's so hard to see your braking markers, and sometimes you just miss it. You get a little bit greedy, also a little bit colder as well, which can sometimes just mean you've got a little bit less grip in the tyres and can catch people out.
Yeah, Mattia Krupi for Musto GD Esports in the current championship leaders, the number 53 car, ahead of Yumi Nisula from Satellite Racing. Borja Milan from World of Sim Racing iZone Performance rounds out the top 3 in the 51 Porsche 991. DIS SR Lab, 3 minute 51.9, and Pauli Ahonen, Yusuf's favourite driver to interview, has put in a 3 minute 52.562. And Yusuf, we saw HM Engineering with us at Indianapolis. It's great to see the C7 Callaway Corvette back out on track, even with a different team.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe we'll be seeing that Corvette picking up its second win of the season, albeit with a different team. But I think here at Indianapolis we're seeing quite a few different teams coming out to play, and I think one of the big ones is looking through that LMP2 class. Uses Motorsport, they were on fire last time out, they picked up a win. And I have a sneaky suspicion they're going to make it 2 from 2.
Yeah, and finally, GT3. Donat Diesner for Mugen Sim Racing. The 41 650F's GT3, 3 minute 52.1. Azatec Sim Sports, led by Valdemar Eriksson, 3 minute 56.9. The 720 DIS SR Lab, that's the number 46 car, 3 minute 56.9. Martin Milotai, 3 minute 57.0. Andres Nagar rounding out the top 5 in another 720. That's the 177 of ID Sim Sport. Guys, just really, I mean, we're about 7 minutes away from the press conference. This session, as I said earlier, it's going to be an interesting one. What are your thoughts coming into this? Because we've had a lot of discussion already. There's a lot that we're going to be divulging and analysing over the course of the broadcast. What are your thoughts of how iconic this circuit looks at night time?
I'll jump on that one because it just looks absolutely resplendent. Obviously, it's a fantastic recreation that we have here in our Factor 2. Almost identical to the real thing, whether it is the wonderful digital start gantry with the timing board on it, even down to the back straight and the minimal lighting that you have through the rest of the circuit. It really transfers and conveys just how challenging a circuit this is. I mean, obviously we're looking at DIS SR Labs going through the first chicane here, and again the other thing that it conveys is not just how amazing the circuit is, how frightening the circuit is, because you're in a GT3 or a GTE car and you have an LMP or a DPI car coming and all you can see is these headlights just rapidly getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and this is in open practice. Now imagine this in the race where it's just happening 10, 15 times a lap. it is going to be so daunting. But I mean, look at that. That is such a beautiful, beautiful view in real life here in the sim racing world as well. And hopefully by the weekend, we're going to have those virtual seats very, very full indeed, Alex.
Yeah. Guys?
I mean, I was looking at the DIS car and I noticed something rather cool. When you see it coming down the Mulsanne straight, and you might see it here, if you look on the right on the Armco barrier, you can just see the flashes of light, of fire from the exhaust reflecting off that Armco barrier. And that to me has always been one of the most awesome parts of watching racing at night. The fact that you get to see, you know, the glow. If it's a car that rides a bit low, you get to see the sparks as it grinds on the floor. Otherwise, you've seen that exhaust just spitting.
Yeah, as well, this is when you'll see the nighttime enthusiasts really take it into their own. There are such drivers that love the challenge of driving in the night, and as David was saying, if all you can see behind you are a set of headlights and you're not quite sure what's coming up behind you, there are regulations in these rules about flashing the headlights, so drivers have to be wary of that as well throughout the entire race, regardless of whether they get frustrated or not. They've got to keep an eye on that as well. But yeah, there'll be some nighttime drivers right now absolutely relishing this.
Well, without further ado, we're going to go to our first commercial break, and just after, we bring you to our official press conference for round 6 at Le Mans.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and a very warm welcome to us here at GTR24H. First of all, we need to do a bit of housekeeping, as always, don't we, David? Firstly, we have to talk about these Eton shirts from Sten Goldman. Comfortable, and a big thank you to them for jumping on board with us as one of our commercial partners. Also, Nocco, the No Carbs company, and Nocco.dk. Some fantastic drinks that have kept us hydrated all the way through the last couple of days so far. We've got the likes of Film Vault, Motorvision.tv. We've also got quite a few others as well. Azatec, Global Flix, ESTV, Motorvision.tv, Viper Gaming by Patriots. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the official first EEWC press conference here on GTR24H. And without further ado, let's see if we can see in our Google Meet who is going to be joining us this evening. Hopefully quite a few drivers and maybe some team bosses as well.
They've got last minute nerves. That's what's happened.
They've gone a bit shy.
Heard that you want to have a chat with them, and they've just decided not to at the last minute.
Well, shall I open the floor? Firstly, let's bring in the team manager and also one of the drivers of Juice's Motorsport Club, Mr. Nick Newcomb. Nick, good evening. Fingers crossed.
It's... Oh, there we go.
Ah!
Hello, mic was off. How we doing?
Oh, good,
Good
buddy.
evening. Good evening, everybody.
Well, welcome along, mate. How are you? Keeping well?
Yeah, good. Yeah, all ready for the weekend. And the team's ready, I think.
Yeah.
What we've got to do. It's all busy.
Yeah, you guys have been busy. What's more, they've been very, very rapid. You know, equal second on the championship coming into this round. We had a bit of a chat on Discord DM in the run-up to this.
Yeah.
The guys have been looking quick. They are chomping at the bit, and, you know, everyone's out for blood. Everyone wants to get that title at the end of this race come 2 p.m. CET on Sunday.
Yeah, it's gonna be tight. Obviously, the 95 is pretty quick as well. I think Ramada could still be there also, but we'll concentrate on what we have to do. And obviously now we've entered the number 16 to try and give the 15 a hand, which is looking pretty quick as well. Yeah, we'll see what happens. The last qualifying practice we're going to do tonight. Obviously, we had an 8-hour race on Sunday just gone with a couple of our drivers testing out the setup, and we won that.
Yeah.
So we're looking pretty solid. We did a couple of changes to the setup in regards to the weather that possibly could come ahead, but we're still averaging really good lap times. Qualifying's going to be really quick. 16 is going to be as quick as 15, and that's the main thing. After the qualifying's over, we'll hope to be near each other so we can help each other along, and that's the main plan.
So no GTE like we've seen earlier on in the season. It's a full LMP2.
Full on LMP2, yeah. It's full on LMP2.
I mean,
see what we can do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with that effort, I think it was the PSG Towers of Le Mans, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you know, we think that if all goes to plan, it should work out. Hopefully anything can happen in a 24-hour race. We don't want any incidents or anything. There's Big Simon joined the chat. Good evening, sir.
Yeah,
it's looking good as long as we can stay clean. Obviously, no engine blowouts, which didn't happen at the Spa, which we're happy about winning that one. So we're mainly happy about that. I started the P2 squad only in November in 2020. And we've had a win in every competition we've been in, apart from VEC at the minute, which has just kicked off. And to win finally in GTR, the last race was a really good one. At 24, it kept winning the hunt, and it's helped we get along to where we are now, where we stand a chance after race one, which didn't go really well. I think we only scored a couple of points on that one. Yeah. But since then, we've been pretty solid. We've got a solid 5-man crew. We moved through from 16 to 15. I've jumped in on the 16, and Zhao, who was part of the winning team at Spa, has jumped into the 16. So Turn and Dylan are still there. So it's a pretty decent little squad, even if I'm in there. You know what I mean? I'll be doing as little as possible, leaving it to the fast boys.
So you're effectively going to be putting your feet up, Nick, when you get the chance then?
Nah, to be fair, I'm doing more driving now, obviously, after the last 16, 18 months.
Yeah.
And the pace is starting to come back. I dropping into the 28s. A little mistake yesterday. I would have been in the 27s yesterday, so it's there. Hopefully tonight it'll all come together and I'll start being more consistent in the 28s and hopefully drop into the 27s early in the stint or later. Low fuel run. So we'll see how it goes. But the main thing is the guys that are performing are doing the times, and that's what we want.
Nick, we can only wish you and all the team at Juices Motorsport the very best of luck this weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Same to you. It's a good weekend indeed. You'll enjoy it. It just flies over. Everybody who's taking part in the race, it'll be gone before it's finished. You know, before you realise it'll be in the last 5-6 minutes. And like everything, it'll all come down to the last hour. I think it always does.
Big thank you, Nick Newcomb, Juices Motorsport Club. And now, David, who've you got lined up?
Well, by the magic of the internet, we should have Max Spooner from E-Team Brit on and ready to have a chat with us. So we'll have a little page out and say, Max Spooner, can you hear us out there? It's all very quiet, and knowing Max, do we say it? Do we say he's gone on for the screen?
Am I on the telly box now?
You are on the
there he is.
Did you do a zoom and forget to unmute yourself?
I was going to say, can you make me full screen? Because just so I can, everybody can benefit.
A little birdie tells me you should be used to this by now. I was seeing that you were being papped at the weekend. You had some filming experience, didn't you?
Yes, we had BT Sport, who are quite a big sports channel here in the UK. They were doing an interview with me and a couple of the other members of the team. And then, of course, we had the big announcement yesterday with the expansion of Team Brit into the British GT Championship with the McLaren 570S. New partners, including Adrian Flux, coming on board on top of the existing partners we already got. So yeah, it's been a busy week.
And it's been a busy season here in the EEWC for E-Team Brit as well. What's it like managing the team, Max? Because it is a big team that you've got. I'm looking at the sheet here. Matt Webb, James Lambert, Bradley Brockies, who obviously we know very, very well, Sandro Ballesteros and Mike Tyler. That's a lot of names and a lot of egos to manage.
Yes, yeah, they're all divas. They're an absolute nightmare to manage.
Obviously taking after yourself, Max.
He's gone for the low blow already, and we're not even a couple of minutes in.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I think, I've taken a step back, letting these boys do it because they know what they're doing and I don't. I just pretend I do. So I think it's going to be... we're going to certainly be more competitive. We haven't got Bobby Trundley this year, who, as we all know, is an absolutely fantastic driver in the team. But I think everybody has stepped up, including Sandro and Bradley, who were in the car last year, to really make up for that shortfall. And I'm hoping we're going to have a really strong race.
And on that note, obviously, how important are nights like tonight, the open practice session, in terms of setting yourself up and setting the team up for the weekend?
Not very, because we're pretty much ready to roll.
The correct answer was very. These are critical to your data analysis. But on that note as well, obviously, we want to get some juicy inside gossip. What's the main strategy that E-Team Brit are going to be going for in terms of how you're going to be running your race? Are you going to be gunning it from the start, or are you just purely looking to pick up what places you can?
We don't really. You can't. I mean, these races are, you don't pick the winner. The Le Mans picks who wins, and I think it's very much a case of you're going to have to take it as it comes. We'll just run our own race and see where we end up. Endurance racing, you are very much trying to get as many laps under your belt within the given time. So I think it's just a case of trying to minimise mistakes and just go as fast as we can, and maybe luck into some of the misfortune of our competitors. But I think on pace-wise, we're probably just a fraction off the front runners. But everything we do in our racing is all about making sure we're there at the end.
Now, just very briefly, Max, I can see some empty shells that look like they've been recently cleared to the side of you. Is this preparation for the 2022 season?
Yes, we have got a massive season ahead. I mean, me and James, my sporting manager, we actually looked back last year of all the races we've done. We've done over 300 hours of racing this year across multiple platforms, which probably puts us at about 10 times that of Team Brit. So it's a lot going on, and we've already got a couple of trophies this year, and I'm hoping we're going to add some more. But yeah, next year is looking really good for us. As I say, we've got the new partners on board. We've got a new look, which we unveiled yesterday, and that's going to be we're feeding that into our cars for next year, and just build on the success that we've had so far. Develop our drivers. Bringing in new talent. So we've got a couple of drivers who have joined us recently, James being one of them, who we're fielding into this race. He's got a lot of experience with R-Factor 2, so we're hoping he's going to be able to put that to good use this weekend.
Well, as always, Max Spinner, it's an absolute privilege to have a chat with you. Best of luck to the entire team this weekend, and hopefully we're going to be speaking to you on the podium on Sunday. Take it easy, and thanks for joining us tonight.
Cheers, guys.
So, Alex, good friend there, Max Spinner.
Yes.
We know him very, very well, and it is always fantastic to see the work that team does. But I believe you've got somebody else to have a chat with.
Yes, we've heard from this individual in the commentary box, but actually we're going to be able to have a chat live with Glam Racing's team boss, Maria Rinak. Maria, are you there, my dear?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Can indeed. Good to see you. Good to see
Good
that
to see
the team are in fine spirits ahead of the Le Mans finale. It's been an interesting one for you guys at Glam, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Well, it's been down and a little bit up, but yeah, we are ready to race the last race.
Now, Glam Racing has been on a wave of an upward trend. Nürburgring, third on the podium. Spa-Francorchamps, second. There's one more step that is eluding you guys, isn't it? It's the top one.
Yeah, well, last year we were close on it. We were leading, and then 9 hours in, the engine blew. So we're hoping this year we will do it. So.
I mean, you've got a great amount of drivers there. You've got like Henrik Hoyer, you've also got Callum Wilson, amongst others. I know that Callum's been racing in other championships, including the Virtual Motorsport Online Touring Car UK Championship. That's got the aggressive side out of him. How's the team feeling coming into Le Mans?
Well, the team is feeling great. Everyone is looking forward to it. In training, we have had weekly training sessions. But yeah, all of us are just happy and awaiting it. So positive, very positive.
That's what we like to hear at GTR24H, a lot of positivity. And one question I need to ask, how has it evolved with the Aston Martin over the course of the season? We've had 5 very different tracks, and now we come to the big one here at Le Mans. It is an absolute test for every single driver. The entire team is put through the ringer mentally and physically. Everyone's got to hydrate, everyone's got to be fed, they've got to get the rest, they've got to get the relaxation. But then when they get behind the wheel, they are eyeballs on stalks and they are pedal to the metal all the way through. Everyone says that Le Mans is a twice around the clock endurance race, but they treat it like a sprint, don't they?
Yeah, basically I told my teammates that, remember, we have 24 hours, and yes, it's a race, but the race is none until the last hours, so you can enjoy. I also try to make a schedule where everyone has enough time to recover between stints and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, just remember that, yes, it is a race, but we have to be clever. We have to figure out when to pit and stuff like that. That's also important. So.
Well, Maria, we want to wish you and all the team at Glam Racing the very best of luck here for the EEWC Round 6 finale here at Le Mans. Good luck.
Thank you, and thanks for having me on. Have a nice day.
Thank you. David, we go again to GT3. Who have you got lined up?
Let's have a look. We have Martin Militai from Mugen Sim Racing from the number 41 joining us just now from the GT3s in a very, very strong position. So Martin, a very good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening, I can hear you.
Excellent, Martin. A very strong position that you come into this final race weekend from. Tell us a little bit about the season so far, because you go into this final race just 20 points behind Unison Racing.
Well, of course, our season was really a bit a roller coaster ride for us. We had our ups and downs everywhere, engine failures, etc. Going into Le Mans, we are thinking of one thing, of course, winning the GT3 championship. Hope we can manage that, but first we have to put something down on qualifying, of course.
And on that note, I mean, obviously you had the win out at Nürburgring, and then you lost out to Unison at Spa. Does that have any effect mentally on you coming into this race, or does that take the pressure off, knowing that you can just go full guns in for the final race of the season?
We of course have to do more on Le Mans after what happened at Spa. I mean, that was a disaster, but things happen always. So,
and
yeah.
Then we move obviously to the fact that it's Le Mans, one of the most iconic circuits in the world, twice around the clock, a full 24-hour stint. How are the drivers looking forward to that challenge, and do you have specific drivers that want to do specific stints?
Well, we didn't really manage the stints yet, but of course we are really hyped about Le Mans. Of course, the GTR's final race as well. Yeah.
Oh, just want to push that one a little bit further then, because obviously what we're seeing now, we're currently watching the Ace Tech Sim Sports machine. The track at night is a completely different animal, and do your drivers prefer driving during the day, or do you have any drivers that are really keen to get behind the wheel during these night stints?
Well, of course, we all prefer the night, because it's a completely different feeling to the day at Le Mans. I mean, the speed difference on feeling is pretty much it's different. What I want to say, we always want to feel that as drivers.
On the speed difference, because obviously I'm a little bit shocked that you said that you all prefer the night. Personally, I'm more of a daytime person. It's very different because all your braking markers that you've taken from the day have gone. With the GT3s as well, at the bottom of the pack in terms of the classes, how comfortable do you feel through the 24 hours with the likes of the GTEs, the LMP2s and the DPIs? Are you and your team all very comfortable with those cars just zipping past you?
I mean, they are all really friendly in lapping us, so we are friendly over those. And about seeing the track and the limits for us, where are we braking, I think I can't really say, but I don't know. But we can see the limits, of course, because it's lighten up really much.
Well, final question. Thank you so much for all the answers so far, Militai. I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Given that we're so close to the final race of the season, are we going to see Mugen Sim Racing taking away that GT3 championship on Sunday?
I mean, I hope so, but it's a big hill to climb for us.
a big hill indeed. Martin Militaith from Mugen Sim Racing in the GT3 class, thank you so much for joining us tonight and giving us those answers.
Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. Alex, so there we go. Militai, I would like to say slightly optimistic over ahead of the weekends.
Yeah, I'd very much agree with that, to be honest with you. I think there's always a bit of apprehension with Le Mans. It's a twice around the clock race. You know, these teams are going to be, as I said to Maria Rienack from Clan Racing, they're going to be put through the ringer here. We're going to be put through the ringer a little bit here in the studio here in Denmark because we've got a tall order to happen. But it just goes to show that you have to be realistic. You can't put yourself on a high pedestal here at Le Mans because you know that if it bites hard, and we've seen that before both in sim racing and in real life too.
I was just about to say that caught me completely off guard when Martin said about the entire team prefer racing at the night. That was I wasn't expecting that answer at all, because obviously I would have considered that it was easier to drive during the day.
True. Well, one man that I need to speak to right now, very, very fast peddler, GTE, none other than the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab, and hopefully Andy Kirsten. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Andy, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm very good, thank you. How about you?
Not too bad. And as you can see, business as usual at DISSR Lab. How are things coming into the final round here at Le Mans?
I think it's coming along pretty well. Our last race at Spa wasn't that great, to be honest, and now we are a bit more prepared, but also it's a circuit we're more familiar with. So all in all, I don't know if we have high expectations, but well, I definitely see some possibilities, and our pace seems to be up there. So, well, I'm hopeful at least.
Well, you guys come into the final round of the championship 32 points behind the 53 of Musto GD Esports. Now, with double points on offer this weekend, it really does put you guys a bit in the firing line, but also you know that if there is an issue for Musto or maybe WOSR, there's every possibility that you guys could have a run, but it's not going to be an easy one, is it?
No, definitely not. We can't expect to get up higher than third place, I think. Of course, as you say, a lot of things can happen. And of course, our aim is to be as consistent as possible, avoiding any mistakes, and of course, trying to drive as fast as possible, of course. But still, if we take the win and Musto still gets second, well, it doesn't really matter. So our focus is more on the 54 Musto car. I can't remember, they are not far behind, 7-8 points maybe.
6 points behind you guys, fourth in the championship standings. So you're absolutely spot on there, Andy, because even though the 53 is leading the way, the team game can come into play here, and I know that you guys are going to be preparing for that, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. But Musto having two cars in the same classes, of course, they both want to go forward and win, and depending on how the race goes, either of the cars could be in more or less trouble, I guess. Whereas we have one car in the GT and one car in GT3. So I don't think we will affect each other as much. We will be driving our separate races mostly, at least. But of course, I don't know what to say. A lot of things can happen.
Lost for words there, Andy.
Basically.
Really, one final question. The team have come into this fully prepared, ready to mount a serious attack over a 24-hour period. What's the feeling in terms of the drivers of when they like to drive? Is it during the night? Is it sort of going through from the night time to daytime transition when happy hour happens? The track evolves, it rubbers in, the cars get quicker, it really does pay dividends. What's the feeling and what's the preference for you guys at DIS?
First of all, between the different drivers, I think we are quite lucky that we don't have that many preferences. So it's not like we hate one specific time or one guy really loves one specific time. Of course, there's something magical in the morning when the sun rises, and I think secretly most of us actually like to drive in the night when the other guys are sleeping, and we're just 4 hours straight, not talking to anyone, just sitting there driving. But I'd say most of the race is fun. Also, Le Mans, the track is pretty well lit, so there's not many problems seeing where you're going or spotting brake marks or anything. So it is not the most difficult track to drive at night either. So, yeah.
Well, Andy, we'll leave you guys back to it. All the very best of luck this weekend for the final run of the championship.
Thank you so much.
Right, well, that's part of the press conference completed here in GTR24H for round 6 of the EEWC 2021. We're going to go to a brief commercial break, and hopefully we'll be speaking to more of the teams during official first free practice.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Marseillais welcomes us back as we continue our official press conference here on GTR24H for round 6. The sixth and final exciting instalment, Mr. David Christie Le Mans, twice around the clock, come 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Wow.
It just feels like it's been so long building up to this. We're finally here, and it's gone by so quickly. It really is.
Yeah. again, we have to thank our commercial partners and backers as well. Noco.dk, our fantastic no-carbs company drinks, which have been, as I said, keeping us hydrated. Film Vault Limited actually sponsored the second round of the championship back at the 12 Hours of Silverstone earlier on this season. We've also got the likes of Viper Gaming by Patriots. We've also got Azatec, Global Fix, Film Vault Limited, ESTV, Motorvision.tv. Sten Goldman referenced the fantastic Eton shirts that we are wearing all the way through this weekend. And now we turn our attention back to the press conference. Let's have a chat with, from Team Rookie Monsters, Simon Marshall. Good evening. Simon.
How about now? You hear me now?
There we go.
Hear me now?
Yes, I can. Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just about to start a race in half an hour, like a little league race. So thanks for squeezing me in early.
No worries. We've got a couple more drivers to speak after you as well. Great to see Rookie Monsters back in the championship. And the team brought 2 DPI cars for this weekend, the 555 and the 666. What was the impetus of returning to the EEWC?
We kind of missed you guys all year round, really. We thought we'd come and join in the last round, seeing as we're defending P2 prototype champions. We thought we might as well show our face.
How's the DPI been to handle over the course of the build-up and obviously through open practice so far?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We've got a really good setup. We think it's good. We don't know how good it's going to turn out to the competition, but if there's rain forecasts, you never know.
Le Mans, always an iconic track that everyone wants to race at, and here in the sim racing world it's no different, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the staple classics that everyone loves to race at. That's probably one of the reasons why I've had so many drivers come to me saying, come on, what are we doing? So, you know, I was pressured into entering the 2 cars, so here we go, with 2 cars.
And how's the feeling at both camps, the 555 and the 666, as we see Mark Veit currently out in the 666 at the moment?
Yeah, 666, number of the devil. Probably not many of you know that 555 is the kind of polar opposite, the number of the angel. So, in case you didn't know that, now you know.
Well, Simon, thank you very much for joining us. All the very best of luck, and have a bit of fun out there, will you?
Oh, we will certainly have fun, thank you.
Cheers. So, big thank you to Simon Marshall. We're going to go to our penultimate driver. It looks to be, I think, it's from the 666 car. Chris Gitzoff, are you there?
Hi.
Chris, good evening. How are you? You all right?
Yeah, I am. How are you? I'm very thankful for having me.
It's good to see a double offensive for Rookie Monsters. We were just speaking to Simon Marshall. The cars are pretty quick, though, the DPIs. They thunder down the Mulsanne, don't they?
They're very quick and also very hard to handle.
Yeah.
They're nothing like the Oreca, which I have more experience in, but recently I've started driving the DPI more, as I'm doing other series with this car, mainly with this car now, so it's really great to drive it. It's interesting and sometimes tricky, which is one of the things that makes it beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, here at Le Mans, I mean, going down the Mulsanne and into the Hunaudière, the 2 chicanes, it's a very tall order. You know, it's a 7-speed gearbox. You know, you're dropping down from top gear at about 300 plus kilometers an hour, all the way down to 3rd. The car, you really need to get it nailed in terms of the braking in a straight line, then turn the car and to rotate it through the curves. It can get a bit twitchy, we've seen over the course of the open practice sessions, can't it?
Yeah, it really depends on the road as well and on the setup that we're running, which I'm obviously not allowed to talk about, as it's the setup that we're going to run through the race. So the car's handling model allows it to be more twitchy, to be more aggressive on the brakes and on the whole package. The rear also, so it allows for the mechanical grip to compensate for the lack of downforce, for example, that it has to the Oreca. So it looks nervous sometimes. It definitely is, but it's lovely to drive.
Well, Chris, thank you very much for joining us. We'll leave you to get on to business here at Le Mans. Have a good evening and all the very best of luck to the 666 this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Right, I think we've got time for one more driver, and you have the prestigious honour. Who is closing out the press conference, Mr. Christie?
Well, see, this is a bit awkward because we've already spoken to Simon from the 555 screen, so we're going to go. I'd already had a chat to Taylor to bring him in. So Taylor Lane, a very, very good evening. First off, can you hear me out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Taylor, there's the good old typical welcome from my fellow man. But Taylor, you kind of lit the screens up last night on practice with the time there. How is the car feeling? Because obviously we just spoke to Chris from the 666, your sister car. Are you guys going to be sharing that aggressive setup?
Yeah.
I know you can't speak too much specifically about the setup as well, so that kind of answers everything that we were looking for. Right, the first thing I have to ask is, we spoke very briefly over Messenger last night, and you told me you've only been on R Factor for 5 days. How is that even possible with the times you were putting in last night?
Well, I've not been on R Factor 2 since the Le Mans round last year, where I stepped in last minute there as well. So last Friday, Simon approached me and was like, "Do you want to do GTR24 Le Mans round?" I was like, "Yeah, of course." Ended up having to use, so P1 had 12 hours of Sebring last weekend. Had to use that as practice to get up to speed with the car. Thankfully, found my feet quite quickly with that car. Yeah, it's been flat out this week so far, trying to build a setup, get used to the car, and obviously it's very different from what I'm used to, being predominantly an iRacer. So yeah, it's been a fun week.
It's been a busy week for sure, but obviously with tonight it now means that only one driver can jump in the car in the time, to simulate actual practice. Given that you are so desperate to try and get some seat time, do you guys have a rota of who's going to jump in the car, or is it just a case of you'll jump in whenever?
Yeah, so I believe we've already got the schedule already planned out. So yeah, we've already got times to which person needs to be there, which person's in the car, which person's asleep. So yeah, it's all timed down to the T.
The other thing I wanted to try and get across to our audience who might not have seen a 24-hour event is from your point of view, from a 24-hour event, how much does it take out of you physically and mentally? Like when it comes done, Sunday the flag flies and it's all done and dusted, how long afterwards does it take you to recover fully from the event?
Depending on how much effort you've put into it, it can take up to a week and a half before you're fully back into a normal sleeping pattern, into a normal energy level. You can really feel the drain anywhere up to a week afterwards. It takes a lot out of you.
Given that we've not really seen too much of the rookie monsters lately, you're certainly making up for lost time this week. What is the plan? Are you both going out for a Rookie Monsters 1-2?
Oh, of course, we're always there for wins. But yeah, we'll just hope, wait and see. We're just here for some fun. We're not challenging for the championship or anything, but a win would be very good.
So final question, most important one. Who's the faster team, 555 or 666?
Definitely 555.
Is it your superior talent that's going to make that work?
Of course.
Well, listen, Taylor Lane, thank you very, very much for joining us from the 555 Team Rookie Monsters Racing. And we will see you over the course of the weekend. Best luck to the team.
Thank you, mate. Enjoy your evening.
So there we go, Alex. That is... banterific, to say the least. Look, a brilliant insight there from Taylor. I mean, a week and a half to recover. That is pretty much on par from what I've experienced doing 24 events. And the week after is a write-off.
Well, very good point that Taylor said. It takes you about a week and a half as a driver to recover. Your bones, your muscles, your tendons, your cartilage in your joints, it's all shot to pieces because you have been at the absolute limits of human endurance and endeavour around this track.
The other thing that I was going to bring up and I didn't actually remember to was the fact that the other thing you've got to add to that, Simon Marshall with a VR headset on, so he's obviously planning on doing his stints in VR. That's how I've done endurance races. That's almost twice, even more so, as much physical exertion, mental exertion. The eye strain is intense.
It is, especially at night, because looking around this track, it is going to be a tall order. Through, like, say, the Mulsanne down the Hunaudière, you're literally in pitch black. It's the headlights on the car that is really going to be your true guide. You're not going to be able to see brake marker boards going to corners like, say, Arnage and Indianapolis, and those are two of the main points on the circuit where we have seen drama, and cars have gone straight on, outbrake themselves into the wall, and that can compromise their race. It's better to get it out of the way now before we get qualifying one underway, which starts at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time tomorrow night.
I think we need to address the elephant in the room. Team Rookie Monsters against Mugen Sim Racing. Where do we start with that? And the reason that I'm bringing that up is obviously we were speaking to Simon earlier on, but I'm also looking at the timing screens, and this is ridiculous. There is an absolute dogfight going on for the top right now. David Kalaksai, 3:24.688, taking the scalp for Mugen Sim Racing, and it has been going back and forward over the past 20 minutes. Team Rookie Monsters now down in second place. Mark Veit doing a 3:24.695. The difference between the two cars, 1/100th of a second. This is only free practice. There is a lot at stake here.
The speed differentials between the two cars is absolutely minimal. Top speed from David Kalaksai in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing car, 329 kilometres an hour. Mark Veit from Team Rookie Monsters in the 666, 331. Martin Hemmingson has just appeared as well in the 64 Satellite Racing car, 3 minute 25.664. 334 kilometres an hour. I'm seeing a car. I think the lowest speed I see between DPI and LMP2 is E-Team Brit at 325 kph.
Unbelievable.
That is, ladies and gentlemen, that is in excess of over 200 miles an hour for every single car in DPI and LMP2. It is going to be close. Remember when I said yesterday that there is a possibility that an LMP2 car could take an outright win here at Le Mans? And it could happen. We've seen it nearly happen in real life before, haven't we? Who's not to say it's going to even happen in the sim racing world? It could happen this weekend.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance. Certainly, if it is going to happen, it's going to be this weekend with the quality that we've got between the hypercar of the 666 and the 22. It is all to say. And there you go, David Kalaksai for Mugen Sim Racing. That lap is just absolutely unbelievable. 3:24.688, and that's actually on par with the pace that we had last night during the daytime, in much brighter conditions, and on average the laps have been dropped by about 2 seconds a lap on here, so that's huge.
I think also one of the things we need to talk about with regards to night racing, the temperature goes down, the air gets cooler, the engines start to breathe in a little bit more air, adds to the fuel mixture, gives that extra bang in the cylinders, the power delivery. It makes the cars quicker, they respond when they modulate the throttle coming out of the apexes. And David Kalaksai from Mugen Sim Racing is showing that LMP2 is a tour de force this weekend. Now, let's have a look at the times in the respective classes. First of all, DPR. Mark Veit from Team Rookie Monsters in the 666 leads the way he's just gone and put in a 3 minute 24.695. Martin Hemmingson, a 3 minute 25.664 for the number 64 Satellite Racing crew. Also, I've had an email, funnily enough, to the from the team manager of Team Adrenaline A big thank you to Arturas Mazaitis, their team leader, who's Lithuanian and German by descent. There have been, we have to say that we have to send our best wishes to the people that have been affected by the flooding in Sicilia as of this weekend. There's floods, there's power outages, which includes telecommunications and electricity. We have to say our very well wishes from us here at GTR24H to those affected. Sebastian Deville in the number 33, one of the Swiss drivers in this crew, is out on the track at the moment. You've got Ramon Senior, also from the same team. Ian Pfeiffer from the number 65 car is currently out on the circuit at the moment, and Mazaitis has been briefly out. LMP2, well, David Kalasai we've already talked about. Roland Zux from DEAC Hackers in the 95 is second, ahead of Roy de Muink from Juices Motorsport. Gabor Hevesi and Zoltan Varkonyi ran at the top 5, and it is effectively 3.1 seconds between the top 5. The DSR Nightmare crew rounds out the top 6 ahead of Joao Barbosa in the number 16 Juices car. Rui Reis in the number 15 Juices car, 8th ahead of Matt Webb for E-Team Brit. B32 in 10th ahead of James Lambert, Michael Tyler, and Nick Newcomb is currently out on the circuit, having fulfilled his official press conference duties this very evening. A big thank you to everyone that was able to join myself and David Christie for the official press conference. This will be a regular feature here on the EEWC starting now and going into 2022. Jose Berengoya for World of Sim Racing iZone Performance leads the way in the 991 RSR Porsche. 3:50.773. Mattia Krupi from Musto GD Esports, the number 53, who did that fantastic hot lap description in the dry in the BMW. Rounds out the top 2.286 seconds behind. Yimi Nitsula for the 128 of Satellite Racing rounds out the top 3 ahead of Borja Milan. DIS SR Lab, led by Andy Kirsten, who we had a chat with a bit earlier on. Good to hear from him. ID Sim Sports, who have brought 3 cars here this weekend, ran out the top 6 in GTE, and the last car that has not yet set a lap time currently has Marco Massetti in the number 54 BMW M8 GTE. Donat Diesner from Mugen Sim Racing, and Adam Surej, who is the team boss and manages 3 teams. That's including the 2 that are racing over the course of the weekend. They ran at the top 2, 1.8 seconds the pace in differential. Azatec Sim Sports in P3 in the Seoul Audi in GT3, ahead of the number 46 720S McLaren from DIS Sim Racing. Martin Militai, who you had a chat with earlier on, 5th. Henrik Hoyer from Glam Racing, and Kuba Jakub Kowalski is the last driver in the top 7, but is yet to set a lap time. Again, we talked about sandbagging, that sports car term that has been doing the rounds, isn't it, David? And we don't know how many of the drivers are going to be, I wouldn't say sandbagging, I would say holding something back.
Absolutely. I think that is a very, very good question. One thing that I also wanted to pick up on is that interview you did with Chris Gitzov from the 666 team Rookie Monsters. Now, I think he let a little out of the bag setup-wise for some of the other teams in that DPI class, saying that the team wanted to take advantage of the handling characteristics, that the car looked twitchy. Now, what that would suggest to me is that they're going for a slightly harder setup, maybe stiffer springs, lower springs, and making that car as flexible as it possibly can, because the more the car can drift, the more it'll be able to take advantage of that DPI's handling characteristics. So that might give an idea as to how the race is going to be handled by that team. Now, interestingly as well, I wonder how much that's going to impact on their tyre life, because obviously the harder they push the car, that's fine, and they may be able to get a bit of extra grip out of that and a little bit of extra time, and that may explain why they're doing, the times that they're doing, 3:24.6 right now. but how is that going to affect them during the race, Alex? How is that going to affect them through the 24 hours?
Yeah.
Is that going to lead to extra pit stops? Are they going to have to take extra tyres through the race as well? That is going to be a key factor. And it's this, it swings and roundabouts. It's this constant scale that they're having to juggle, tyre life versus the outright performance, and it's just this constant balancing act that they're having to do. But I think a lot of the other teams are going to have heard that, and maybe if they're not already on a similar setup, consider what the benefits of switching to a harder setup are going to be.
Especially how the track evolves over the course of dry weather conditions, but then we have to look at wet weather conditions. That big rain front coming along from the channel is really just, it's a taster of what we can expect. I mean, there's no cloud cover, there's no rain, track temperature is 29 degrees, it's rubbering in nicely, the times are starting to drop a little bit now as well, which is going to give the drivers a bit more confidence. But if we had rain towards the tail end of the session, it's going to give an opportunity for the teams to have some proper wet weather running. And we always know that the weather is so unpredictable. Tom Christensen's run in 2008 when he won with Dindo Cabello and Alan McNish. I explained that one when they had to make the right tyre choice at the right time. They went on inters and it won them the race with about 45 minutes to go. It's going to be the same sort of apprehensive, cautious, treading on eggshells situation, would you say?
I think so. And again, the wet weather, it just could throw such a different dynamic into the entire event. That's the awesome thing about this. And thinking back to what we heard about that setup, having a twitchy, edgy setup that the car's bouncing from sort of corner to corner on the very edge of adhesion. Do you really want to set up like that if there's a high chance of having rain over the 24 hours? Because you've got to feel like the first chance of rain, the first chance of losing grip on the track, and that car is going to be straight off into the wall, or even worse. So I wonder how that will affect their thoughts ahead of the weekend. But wet weather is such a wonderful thing, because we can have all the cloud in the world, and it doesn't guarantee that it's going to rain. It's that risk factor, isn't it? It just increases the amount of risk. As Hal Barbosa, that is a very impressive way of taking the corner, using the gravel trap and pretty much everything else around there. But again, practice, more valuable data, and more stuff to be learned. But can you believe we're already an hour and a half into this session?
Yes, with that in mind, we're going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time, here, only on GTR24H.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to GTR24H. And bonsoir et bienvenue, Monsieur Chris Buxton. Chris, comment ça va? Good evening, buddy. Good to have you with us.
Guten Abend, mein Freund, and hello, everybody. Yes, glad to be virtually part of the team. Unfortunately, I've been rather unwell, so my previous hourly commitment couldn't be met, but I've been very well supported by the team that I'm ever more glad to be proud of. And what an incredible free practice session we had earlier, and the official practice session is looking just as hot.
It is indeed, isn't it? I mean, David, it's so good to see this man again, isn't it?
It is, but my goodness, I wish he was here in the studio.
I know, I know. Buddy, you're going to be here. You're going to be here some point in the future. You know that. We know that. The main thing is your health is the biggest priority. But we are so pleased that you could join us tonight, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, you are far too kind, gentlemen. Far too kind. Yeah, I'm glad to be. As I glad to be. It's a shame I couldn't be there in the studio, but with what's happened with me this week, it probably was a minor miracle I wasn't there. For those that aren't sure what I'm talking about, I had a positive COVID test earlier this week, so I've been, shall we say, rather unwell in the course of the week, starting to kind of get back more towards normality. Normal for me is a subjective term, shall we say?
Yes.
For anyone
it is for us all, isn't it?
Well, that's surely an important prerequisite that normal is discarded before the beginning of a show, is it not?
True. Very true. Very true. But Chris, really, getting on to brass tacks now, buddy. What have you been keeping your keen eye on tonight here at Le Mans?
Oh, that's a tricky one because there's so much to keep an eye on. A lot of competitors, a lot of familiar names in the endurance world. From the likes of Mugen, Unison, several big names that we've seen before in drivers as well. I loved it when he was speaking to is it Maria that heads the Glam Racing squad?
Yes.
I love the fact that one of the drivers is such a character, he's listed on the driver list twice.
There you go.
He's such a character that he needs two cars. Or two slots. But,
he's getting a bit greedy, isn't he, in the evening's proceedings, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I know. We're all looking forward to this event. Come on, share alike. No, there's so much to be looking for in across the three categories as well. Interesting to see the speed differential or lack thereof between the DPI and the LMP2. I noticed.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about it, that the slowest LMP2 is topped out at 325 kilometres an hour, and the fastest recorded speed actually has now increased to Team Adrenaline. The number 33 DPI has just recorded a top speed of, two teams have. It's actually the same team, two different drivers. Arturas Mazaitis and Sebastian Deville, both topping out at 336 kph down the Mulsanne, hard into the braking zones. I mean, Chris, you've got to have absolute intestinal fortitude to do that.
Oh yes, you've got to have pretty big stones, shall we say, to be doing that sort of thing. You took the words right
out of my mouth there. I was going to use that, and I thought somebody I might give that one to somebody else, David. I thought it was either him or you.
It's got to be done, but I don't know if it's a glitch on my timing screen, but I'm also seeing Ian Pfeiffer from Satellite Racing there, 341.
Oh, he's had a hell of a tow there, Chris.
That's a fuego lap there.
The tow really gives you probably the best part of 5 to 8 kilometres an hour at the very least. I mean, we've seen GT3 and GTE cars sort of bump drafting down the Mulsanne going into the Uno Diao. That's going to be pivotal here tonight and also over the course of the weekend.
No, absolutely. You've got to bear in mind just how long that stretch of the circuit is. I mean, you're flat out for, about 3 weeks going down the. I cannot. I always say Hanadier, and I know it's wrong. Before every.
Don't worry.
I can hear the production team screaming at me from Denmark, and I'm in the UK.
We're not screaming at you, fella. Don't worry. It's all right. It's all right.
No, they're just throwing random objects at the wall.
Virtual saucepans, I think, David.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Yes. They're literally banging on the door to get
various,
in.
Various.
As you say that, Lord Milky of the Round Bowl. Has he got his banter-filled sword in hand?
Not quite. I think he's misplaced it just now, but he's threatening to bring it in. Yeah, I'm not even going to say anything there. But Chris, I just wanted to touch on something you said there that I absolutely agree with there. Last night's practice brought, raised quite a few eyebrows, and tonight as well, the little battle. And again, we say this about it's a free practice, but Team Rookie Monsters and Mugen Sim Racing going toe-to-toe, there is much more at stake here than we're seeing, isn't there?
Oh yeah, and you're absolutely right on the point that you've all actually made about sandbagging and leaving a little bit in reserve. No one wants to be showing their hand at this point. That's what that's what the end of qualifying is for, a little more accurately. And everybody is playing the mind games. Everyone wants to sort of play that one-upmanship. The mental aspect of sim racing is something I think we've all mentioned at some way, shape or form. And those unfamiliar with sim racing may not give that the full weight that it deserves. But it is so drastically crucial, especially in a 24-hour race. You've got to have the mental discipline to keep your focus. You've got to have the strength, the mental strength, physical strength to do a 24-hour race. Yes, of course, no one driver will do all 24 hours. No one is that lunatic. They're all fairly mad, but
that's putting it politely, Chris.
Well, we are live. What I say behind the scenes is another matter. But this is why I have the hugest amount of respect for endurance races in particular, because I think it was Yusuf. It might have been you, David. It was you, David, that said, you find it difficult to drive in a straight line after an hour. Yep, I'm in that bracket as well. I can't do it. I cannot maintain that level of dedication for that long. I can do the shouty bit behind the microphone perfectly well. My family doesn't like it when I'm screaming at 3 o'clock in the morning, but that's another matter. But yeah, it's one. Coming back to the actual original point, I've derailed completely from what your question originally was, David. But yeah, the importance of the mental game, of strategy, of that one-upmanship that we see is absolutely going to come true. And when you've got those inter-team rivalries, and I defy any racing organisation, any league, any race of any description, that there aren't any inter-team rivalries. Rubbish. All of them have it, and it's perfectly healthy because it promotes that got to do better than them, and then got to do better again. So yeah, that's what we love as commentators and spectators. So yeah, bring it on, and I very, very much look forward to how it's going to play out as the week continues.
As we all are, really, to be honest with you. It's quite interesting how menacing these Cadillac DPI VRs look, don't they, Chris?
It's the sound of them I love as well.
I'm a man after my own heart, really.
Oh, there's the noise of them. What keeps confusing me, especially in the dark, they look a little bit like the LMP2s, and they have a very nice, and very distinct noise. There's more of a scream. These things roar, and they roar with the ferocity that will rumble your guts. It's that deep bellow that only the Americans do. It's such a great noise, and we've seen some brilliant camera shots from our production team already. On board, on the nose, etc., etc. I particularly love we're looking at one of the Porsches from the front left corner of the car. I mean, that's some impressive drone flying, if ever I've seen it.
Yeah, that was probably the 45 DISSR lab. We had a chat with Andy Kirsten on the press conference earlier on, and he was very... I think we've been trying to read between the lines. No one's going to play all their cards to their on the table here, Chris. You know, you're not going to try and go straight away for, you know, a straight flush or... you know, a pair or something, or two pairs or something like that to beat the opposition. You're going to wait until you know that you can put that hand down, and when it's done, it's too late for anyone to respond.
Yeah, that's always the aim of racing drivers, whether it's virtual, whether it's real. They want to be able to put their lap in to the point that it can't be answered. That has backfired. Formula One Monza 2019, I think it was.
Didn't it happen a year later as well? Happened the year after as well, 2020.
Was it 20 that
it happened in 19?
Everybody missed the flag in Q3. Yeah, Q3.
Yeah,
it was I couldn't remember if it was last year or year before.
I think it happened in both. Happened in 2 years successively, 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, it's not a good day to be an F1 fan, but that's where it goes wrong. But it goes to show that even the greats make mistakes, and that's something else that I say that you know, it's one of these things. It can be very easy and sometimes demoralising if you're putting your best out there, or you're just backing off. You know what your realistic targets are, what your best times are, and like you say, everyone's going to sandbag a little bit, just keep a little bit in reserve before the final hour of qualifying. But if you're backing off by what you know is about a second, 2 seconds, and your opponent is still that little bit ahead of you, I think, David, you mentioned this as well, that can really play on your mind. That's, again, part where the mental strength comes in. So part of you just has to ignore it. I can't do it. It bugs me if I know I'm pushing to my absolute limit, or if I know I'm backing off by, like I say, about a second, but I'm still 2 seconds behind the lead times. So it bugs me, and that's why I go for this seat and not the driving seat.
Well, I've been in the driving seat, both virtual and real this year, and it's impossible. Like yourself, I mentally crumble if I know there's 2 seconds up the road to the car in front. I'm not waiting. I am pushing with everything. Every single fibre of my body wants to catch up to that car in front, but it doesn't always happen that way. It's a difficult one. It possibly should, but it's a difficult one.
That's the thing, and you then end up in the position, and we've all seen it, where someone is pushing clearly too hard to gain, to gain those few tenths, to gain a half a second, what have you. And it's arguable that qualifying in the 24-hour race is meaningless. It's not really meaningless, but it carries very, very little weight. But it's those little aspects that get under the skin. It's those little things that give you that mental one-up. I was quicker than you, and I'm going to continue being quicker than you. Or your opponent's like, you crack on. I know how much I've got reserved in the tank. It's things like that. So, we'll see.
There, would you not say it? Because I absolutely agree that qualifying, it doesn't have as much influence as you think it would have. But with the likes of the Mugen Sim Racing Team Rookie Monsters battle, I think that is going to have massive mental implications as a game of one-upsmanship that we've been seeing so far through the week.
It will, but only realistically to their starting driver. Now, you've got to bear in mind that these teams are between 3 and 5 drivers apiece. So the one that is going to hit the most is the one that's in the car first. Because anyone that's taking the second or third stint or whatever, they know full well that there's a number of hours in between when the lights go out to when they take over the car, and lap of the gods as to what's happened in between then and now, or then and when their stint starts. So yes, it can potentially have an impact, and that'll be great for us shouting about it, let's be honest.
There'll be a roar through the commentary box, and also if you're around as well, where you are currently situated in the United Kingdom.
That is true. They shall hear my bellows over their middle fart.
So eloquently put. I mean, this. The thing is that we've all been looking forward to this event, and Chris, I mean, I must say, mate, it's so good to have you alongside us here, mate, because the team is gelled here at GTR24H. We have to say a big thank you to Peter Moncom and Jon Fabricius Torell for being the people that have really believed in us and believed in what GTR24H has achieved since yourself, David, and Kieran joined the team later on, in the latter part of this year. It really does feel that we understand how to be a cohesive unit, and the same's true of these teams. I mean, we know that we're going to be put through the ringer. I mean, I think yesterday I didn't get to sleep until 3 o'clock this morning. I think I got about 4.5 hours sleep. I have not had a power nap since then, David, Chris. I'm still absolutely wired because this atmosphere that we've been waiting for, we've been anticipating it for months. It's finally come good, and it's such a difference, isn't it? Really is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, completely. And of course, you're in the brilliant studio, the GTR24H headquarters, that I'm very jealous that I'm not in, and I'm very jealous of the pizza you guys had yesterday.
And today.
And today, yeah.
You know what? You might as well be sending messages to Yusuf, because I mean the thing he had today, my goodness, he had to bring the pizza box back, didn't he? Just like we did yesterday.
Yeah, he's going to have fun trying to make way through that big box, and
he's probably doing that right now as we speak.
I was away to say, talking about
and talking of that, he's just pinged it in the chat.
He's somebody.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, Yusuf. Thank you.
What we can say is that if you have missed out on this week's qualifying, don't worry, because Yusuf has got you covered with his epic 325-part food vlog that is going to be getting released very shortly.
Yeah, that's probably at least 2.5 hours long plus that.
Yeah, that's what they said it down. He's got about 16 hours of footage now.
Well, he was uploading it to Google. We just see clocked it through the door. Yeah, big bite there, Yusuf. Go on, get it down, yeah.
There we go. Right, okay. So we'll try and wrestle this back.
We shall. We're on board with Yumini Sula in the 128. The Callaway Corvette, another car that rumbles, and you feel those vibrations through your feet. And it really gives you that goosebumps feeling, the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, Chris Buxton. And this car, a stalwart in racing pedigree, especially in real life here at the Circuit de la South.
Oh, the C7 is a glorious beast. And something that I've certainly noticed, I'm sure everybody has noticed, with these onboard shots, just look how much the driver is fighting to keep every car, doesn't matter what the class is, they're all doing the same thing. How much turning left into a right-hander and vice versa they're having to do. It's absolutely bonkers. The reason being is they're running absolutely no wings on these things. Voila, right on cue. We've seen Mitsunisula doing exactly that, just having to fight to get the tail to behave itself.
I mean, I have to. You can see from the hand gesticulations out of absolutely nowhere. Our attention has been on Team Rookie Monsters against Mugen Sim Racing. The 95 of Deke Hackers comes out of absolutely nowhere. Whoa. And Roland Sooks with a 324.438 and absolutely demolishes that. And yet his average speed, or top speed, 331 kilometers an hour. That is a huge lap there, and that is a way to insert yourself into the fight.
That, Chris Buxton, it's an LMP2 1-2, a DPI in third place. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, exactly that. Is bearing in mind the DPIs have replaced the hypercar class.
Yeah.
You'd easily assume that the DPIs were going to run off with the top elements, but no, certainly not. It's I mean, they win on terms of noise, and I will argue with anyone that thinks otherwise. Don't get me wrong, I love the sound of all the cars that we've got running out there, but that DPI is just so good. And also something else that I think you, Alex, mentioned yesterday, the liveries, don't they look stunning?
I like the sort of the black and white aspect of Team Rookie Monsters. You know, the 666 in brilliant body in white. Now, for those wondering about that terminology, that's an automotive term. So basically, if you order a new car from a manufacturer, the body in white stage is when the car goes through the anti-corrosive dip and then gets the primer put all over it. That's called body in white before it gets painted. Or if you decide to go for a standard white colour and you don't want to pay an additional however much for the paint job on the car from factory, you just get a lacquer finish on it. But then it's sort of like a bit... I'm going to use a sort of like an oriental sort of like balancing term here, yin and yang. With Rookie Monsters. So you got the white, the 666, the black, the 555. They complement each other really, really nicely, don't they, David, in terms of the deliveries that we've seen?
They really do, and it's fantastic to see that coordination across teams when they've got sister cars involved. And also, one of the big things that they've got to think about is the brand partners that they're on board with as well, because a lot of consideration's got to go into what colours the brands have in terms of what they can use, because the last thing you want to use is a colour that is going to make your sponsor or your partner brand look absolutely horrific. So thankfully, unlike some of the other championships, Alex, that me and you work on, no luminous, hideous lime green or fuchsia pink outfits. I can say I'm not going to jinx it just in case we have some entry out there for the lulls, but well, saying that, I mean, the 41 Mugen Sim Racing, that does have lime green on it, but that is done in a very tasteful way.
It's, I mean, myself and Yusuf actually had a look through all the liveries, and we spent quite a lot of time sort of dissecting. We were giving them ratings out of 10. It was sort of like, rate my ride, so to speak. But the thing was, we were looking on a side-on view aspect here. And Chris, I'm going to go to you on this one. When you actually see the livery in its full prominence glory in front of you, front and centre, you really get an aspect of the design. One of the designs that's really stood out for me, well, there's a couple actually. One in DPI, one in GT3. The one in DPI is the Team Adrenaline car, the number 33. Same number that Max Verstappen is running in Formula 1 at the moment.
Is that the red and white one?
It's the black and red one. It's got a very, very angular, it's very subtle. I'm just going to try and see if I can actually find the car at the moment, so at least we can get that on the screens at home. And I think I have just spotted it. There it is.
I mean, I was trying to see it in the dark, which won't help us.
No, well, the thing is, it's coming through the Ford chicane at the moment.
Yes, that one.
And coming through out of the final corner. Look at that. I mean, that is really well... the thing is, when we see it in the daytime, it's very, very different indeed. It's got these very angular sort of shapes, very much like the pointed arrows with the insert. So we've got the arrow that sort of like looks like that. I know this is not my best triangle shape, but when it looks like that, but then the insert's actually been actually taken out. It's very, very cleverly done. They've got Roma Senor behind the wheel of that car. The other one, to give a shout out to Third Following in the 188, and it just goes to show, David and Chris, that the amount of attention to detail to really make these liveries come to life, they have to take into consideration, as we very well know, that teams can't do without sponsors and backers to help them out, and they have to give them prominence on the liveries, but also provide a return on investment for backing that they get. It really does go to show that there are some really clever, tasteful designs out there, aren't there, guys?
Yeah, completely. Now, is this also, you were talking about liveries yesterday. I just want to see the back of this car. Not that we'll see it particularly clearly in the dark, but there was one that had a very almost barcode-like pattern on the tail end of the car. Funny if you think it wasn't this one. I just wanted to scan it and see if it came up with a product of some description. No, it wasn't. So it wasn't this one.
You're like in Sainsbury's or Tesco's or something like that.
Yeah, indeed. But it's funny that you talk about kind of the, how you view what the image of the livery does for you. When thinking about Rookie Monsters and they've got that white on black that livery going on,
Yeah.
My childish food-orientated brain decided to turn rookie monsters into cookie monsters, and it ended up being the black layer was cookie and white layer was cream.
Oreo, then, effectively.
Basically, yes.
All we need now is Sesame Street to be added to the mix.
That's the direction my brain went here on that one. But they look magnificent. They sound brilliant, and I'm sure they're going to be driven very, very well. So very much looking forward to this race. But then, aren't we always? Le Mans is always the crown jewel. It's always the big race that all endurance lovers want to win. Now, names again are failing me. Someone you were speaking to earlier said that their season had been a bit mixed because, for instance, at Spa, they were less familiar with the track than they were at Le Mans. Whoa, well caught, Ian Pfeiffer there. They were less familiar with Spa than they are with Le Mans. And that really can't be underestimated. Familiarity and knowledge of track. Now, a lot of people, particularly those that may be unfamiliar with driving a Le Mans, I've only ever driven it in its virtual guise. Yeah, 3/4 of the lap or so is completely right foot. Yes, it is. However, because of that, because we're reaching astronomical speeds, as we've been talking about earlier, one mistake, one late braking, especially in the middle of a pack, or if you're coming up to a group of back markers, you touch a curb in a way that you're not anticipating. You snatch a brake, especially when you're tired, bang, and you're back into the wall, and you've discarded your rear wings. We saw in yesterday's practice, didn't we? People trying to do the three-wheeled wagon trick. Did we see it
Taylor
earlier
Lane
as
was
well?
one of them.
Yeah, he did that, and it made it look glamorous as well somehow.
Yeah, it was
while hopping along on his three wheels.
Well, I think the term that you used was spinning right around, right around, wasn't
like
it?
a record baby. Yes,
Like a record baby, round.
Very quickly, just want to give a big shout out to Ian Pfeiffer there, actually from the 65 Satellite Racing. Now, Chris, you caught the little moment that he had halfway around the circuit. Despite that, still second place in the hypercar class on that lap, and he had the pace, despite that, to actually jump into pole position. If he hadn't have had that little moment, he just did a 3:24.727 that last lap round, and that little moment probably cost him, you would say, about 4 or 5/10 of a second.
Well, it looked like I only caught the very end of the moment, so I didn't see where it happened. I think, was it at Tertre Rouge where that happened?
I believe so, yeah.
I think it was.
I reckon it cost him more than that, because you've got to think that he's carried that mistake a very long way. So he would have lost that a little bit of momentum, and then because he's lost that momentum right at the beginning of that stretch before the first chicane, if he was sort of challenging somebody else, you would just see them pulling away and away and away and away, because he's lost that momentum right at the beginning. If he'd kind of had a moment going into that chicane, you could argue, yeah, right, you're not going to lose a great deal. This is why exit of corners is always more important than entry, although if you get the entry wrong, you could well get the exit wrong. So both are important, but exit of corner is always more crucial to get right, especially when there's a lot of right foot going on.
There is indeed. Well, we're going to briefly go through who's leading the respective classes here at Le Mans for the sixth and final round of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship here on GTR24H. So, Ron and Zoots, overall top of the timesheets on a 3-minute 24.438, 0.234 ahead of Mugen Sim Racing's David Kalasai. Mark White from the 666 Team Rookie Monsters car leads the way in Hypercar, third overall. Then we head our way down to GTE. It is Jose Berengoya from WOSR iZone Performance, the number 51991 Porsche RSR GTE. 3 minutes 50.672 ahead of Mattia Krupi from the 53 Mustang GT Esports car. Yumi Nusula from Satellite Racing rounding out the top three. Martin Milotai from Mugen Sim Racing leading in GT3 ahead of Azatec Sim Sports. And then Henrik Hoyer for Glam Racing, Jakub Kuba Kowalski rounding out the top four. And that Really brings us to the end of another half hour here on GTR24H for the first open free practice session of the 2021 EEWC season finale here at Le Mans. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. Stay tuned.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
EEWC season finale here at Le Mans under the night sky. Myself, Kieran McGinley, and Yusuf bin Suhail taking you through the next couple of stages. And Yusuf, it was great to hear from Chris. Sadly, he can't be with us for the event. I'm sure he would have loved to have come along, but we've still got a season ahead of us full of Chris Buxton goodness for sure.
Absolutely, and next year ahead as well. Who knows what's waiting for us? And we keep talking about the potential land that could be waiting in 2022. But for now, I'm going to be honest, I'm glad I've got some extra bed space. So it's a mixture of emotions.
A mixture of emotions. Yeah, couldn't have put that better myself. Well, obviously we had the press conference tonight as well. Some interesting stats and figures came out of that. More so about you talking about pizza, to be honest. It was quite a press conference in itself. And then we had use of some pizza talk to round that off. But we've also had interesting, pretty much across the board. We spoke to 3 of the Rookie Monsters team. They're running 2 cars in Le Mans because of the inundation of drivers that are actually wanting to drive around this legendary circuit, Yusuf.
Yeah, and I do want to jump in on that about Team Rookie Monsters, because I thought it was rather unfair, something that they did during that press conference, because we saw Mugen Sim Racing coming on in that press conference rather early on, and then Team Rookie Monsters jumped in. Simon Marshall, he had that meme about how he was, burying up Mugen, but I think they're in the hype, they're in the DPI class. They can't exactly meme Mugen Sim Racing for being in the LMP2 class, and what is it? Barely, not even being faster than Mugen. So Team Rookie Monsters, I don't know what's going on with you guys, but you need to up your game, folks.
Well, we'll have to see. It is only practice. Just be careful with what you say there, Yusuf. But we'll see how that develops along for the rest of the weekend. That is for sure. But yeah, interesting to get a speak to Simon Marshall as well. He was saying about with the rain forecast here at Le Mans, you just never know. And one thing we do know, Yusuf, is that there's plenty of it on the way.
Absolutely, and one of the big differences between the Endurance Racing World Championship and something that our viewers might be more familiar with in the form of F1 is that drivers can change their setup between qualifying and the race, and you've got 2 sessions of qualifying, so if one qualifying session is dry, the other one is wet, you can alternate. The big thing though is during the race itself, that's when you can't change your setup, that's when you have to lock in, that's when you have to look at the weather forecast and think to yourself, is it going to rain? Is it going to be more wet than dry? What is my more stable setup in both conditions? And you only find that out in the race, so qualifying doesn't always give that full picture as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a real challenge for the drivers as well, is that if there is rain that will possibly disrupt the race session, I mean, you would think that drivers and teams would be opting for a dry setup and just hoping that the rain holds off as long as possible, because a wet setup surely puts too much drag when you go down the Mulsanne straights. You're just going to leave yourself as a sitting duck.
So a couple of the differences that you have between a dry and a wet setup is one of the things that first springs to mind is in the wet, your car, your brakes, your tires get cool very, very quickly. So one of the things that you can do is you can close, I forget what it's called, but it's the vents on the brake, and this just helps to retain a bit of heat. But if you do that in the dry, those brakes start to get a little bit too hot, your tires overheat as well. So I definitely agree with you on that one, Kieran. You would want to be sticking with that dry setup, but at the same time, that will mean that you will be finding, or the drivers will be finding, that their car will have a whole bunch of understeer heading into corners and not really reaching the max length of their rev range. But it's endurance racing, so they don't really want to do that anyway.
It's a long, long race though, that is for sure. So picking the right setup from the get-go is going to be critical over the next 24 hours, especially when the racing gets started on the Saturday. Obviously, Rookie Monsters entering 2 cars. They've got the Treble 6 out there, but they've also got the Treble 5. And we were, in the press conference, Taylor Lane was saying that, he's not run R-Factor and he's not set laps on R-Factor 2 since the last Le Mans. So, pretty jealous that he can get into a car like that and just be that quick, that quickly. That's an amazing skill set to have.
Absolutely, but I think it's also a testament as well to just the level of quality of a lot of the sim rigs that are out there, because I think, while we do talk about, this sim rig is a little bit better than this, and the debates can go on forever, right? Because it comes down to driver preference. They are, at the end, somewhat similar, and I'm not doubting the fact that it does take time to adjust between the different sims, but sometimes you can jump in, and for Taylor, very good at adapting to a different sim. I know some drivers, sometimes it can be a week, other drivers, they can just jump in and after half an hour be up to speed, and we'll have to see whether Taylor has any more time to find, because with different sims there are sometimes those little different tricks that you cannot pull out just to find those few extra tenths, which is what drivers such as the Varga folks of Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman are able to do.
Yeah, definitely a battle to watch there. Also we were talking, you said about Mugen before, we heard from Martin that they've had their ups and downs, but they are fully focused on winning the GT class, and they were saying Spa was a disaster. They've got to make up for it here at the season finale, and no better time because double points, of course.
And that round back at Spa was their worst result of the season. Just checking here, the only time that they were outside of those top 3 positions, and they will be wanting to bounce back. And looking at the championship now, 20 points behind. If it wasn't for that mistake, they could be finding themselves right there. But when you look at the championship, if they win, with the likes of Unison Racing finishing in 2nd place, that's 14 points right there. You couple that with them getting a pole, 16 points. So if they win, they've done all they can, and they pretty much get themselves that championship win as long as Unison don't finish second. But we know how quick Unison are, and it will most likely require a mistake from Unison. But then again, you're looking at the likes of One Move Esports, Glam Racing, two teams that I think definitely have the pace, and if they can keep it neat and tidy, can keep it consistent, can it definitely throw a spanner into the works in terms of the championship?
Definitely. Couldn't have put that better myself either, but we were hearing from Mugen that all of their drivers prefer the night stint. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before.
Sometimes it happens, and I was mentioning on the previous day that I thought it was one of the drivers, I thought it was from DAC Hackers, but it might have been Mugen Sim Racing that I was talking to or interviewing about half a year ago, who mentioned it. And it's just a case of less distraction sometimes out on the circuit. You can kind of focus on the track ahead, and also sometimes when you look in your rear view mirror during the day, you don't always see the car behind coming. You could just be that focused that you're not really looking behind you, but in the night time, much easier to see those lights, much easier to see a car coming up from behind. And again, you can get your head down, you can focus on the track ahead. It's almost romantic in a way. It's just you and the car for a lovely leisurely night stroll.
Leisurely night stroll, as said by that's a very nice date idea. Yeah, very nice. Did you think of that one yourself?
Maybe. Yeah.
Inspiration from somewhere. I just can't remember
exactly.
Where.
It's what I remember last year, and our producer Peter Monkle and John Terrell will remember this. Simon Marshall will remember this as well, because he absolutely aced this. We had we were thinking on broadcast, okay, how can we make this more interesting, the show more interesting, because we had hit that point in the race where we weren't getting that many overtakes. So we got drivers to come in and we asked them for their dating advice, and we got some absolutely fantastic stuff. So maybe this is inspiration from something from a year ago.
So you're recalling all of that, what happened last year, just trying to find something. It's like when your life flashes before your eyes, it's your brain trying to find the information. I just imagine that's probably what's going on in your mind, trying to find that advice, but I could be wrong, could be very wrong. We are seeing as well Ryan Nash driving the number 65 Satellite Racing. Now, I don't think we got a chance to speak to Satellite during the press conference there, but they're running two cars, and Axel Sports, we were mentioning earlier, fielding a star-studded lineup. They could be a real thorn in the side, as we were alluding to earlier on. How do you see the DPI battle emerging? Because two Satellite Racing cars up there, they're both in with a shot of that championship, but they've also got Axel Sports to worry about, who are just going out there to try and grab themselves the victory.
The weird thing I find for myself coming into this round is, so far this season, and I've been saying it every single round, GT is the class to watch out for. GT is going to be the really cool battle throughout the championship, and it is very tight. But I genuinely think if you remove the championship standings and you just look at this from a pure race perspective, I honestly think the hypercar or the DPI car class is the most exciting. I think both of the Satellite Racing cars have been relatively close. I think we saw a glimpse, a potential of what Axel could bring out to the party. And now with Team Rookie Monsters, Team Adrenaline as well, I genuinely think we've got a 4-5-way battle for the win.
It should be a really interesting watch to see how that all develops later on down the line, and what will be interesting as well is seeing qualifying tomorrow, at least the first session of it. One daytime qualifying session, one nighttime qualifying session, and we've said it before, we've said the R word before, rain. It's high on the agenda and it could hit tomorrow.
And looking at the weather forecast, or at least when we looked at it a couple of hours ago, it was suggesting that it was going to rain about an hour, 2 hours before qualifying session, and then maybe that chance of rain starts to drop. Maybe the rain stops, but then the start of qualifying will be wet. And if that rain stops late on into the session, you're going to have a mad flurry of cars at the end. And for me, I think that's the best part to really be watching as a viewer, because you're watching the drivers really having to push to the limits. And this isn't a case of, oh, it's a pure wet track or it's a pure dry track, where, let's face it, the drivers have had plenty of driving time. They know exactly where the limits are. It's a constantly evolving track, and that's where a driver's skill set of being able to adapt, being able to find that tiniest amount of grip comes in absolutely clutch, to go to a proper gaming term.
I'll leave the gaming terms to you, Yusuf, because you're more fluent than I will ever be. But I want to grab our attention with Nick Newcomb in Juice's Motorsport. You know, he says the team's ready, the championship is going to be tight, they're going to concentrate on what they're going to do, but they've also entered the number 16 car in order to help out the number 15. So a little bit of teamwork already in the mix coming into Le Mans. I mean, talk us through that one, because the 15 car, if you're a member of that team, well, you're solely there to help your teammates. It's far from what we're going to see from Satellite Racing tomorrow.
And we've been talking about these ideas of how much is the team going to help another team, and it's something that we brought up a lot yesterday on the broadcast when we were talking about Musto in specific. How much is the 54 car going to help the 53 car, considering that they're within a mathematical chance of fighting for the championship? Well, in this scenario, we know exactly what that 16 car of Juices is going to be able to do. And, oh, that is not a good look for Ryan Nash in the 65 Satellite Racing car. Losing the back end, I can't quite remember which corner that was, but he finds himself in the wall.
Yeah, that was Pepper in the wall as well. So both of them off. And if you're wondering why there's two 65s out there, in open practice, every single driver is allowed to run separately. Let's have a look here. Yeah, Ryan Nash just lost the back end, and that was it. No chance of saving that one, unfortunately. And yeah, Pepper was also off in that gravel trap. So I don't know whether that was a related incident or not, but if you're seeing the two 65 cars out there, that's because the teams are allowed to run the exact same car with multiple drivers, but from tomorrow, from qualifying, they have to use the same car throughout. So don't be too put off if you see 2 or 3 number 65s out there. That all changes tomorrow.
We saw yesterday as well the Mugen guys getting a couple of drives out on the track, and they were properly scrapping. It was brilliant. It was pretty much like they had just jumped into a 15-minute sprint race. They were pushing each other off some dirty little blocks and everything. So
getting out of the system, that's what it was.
Exactly, and I think someone mentioned it earlier on in the broadcast about how one of the drivers, I think it was Callum Wilson, I think Alex might have been mentioning how he's been racing in a few different series, and you know, he's been able to get some of the excitement out of his system with, I believe it's one of the touring car championships that he's doing, and now he can just fully focus, play it nice and sensible for the endurance race. But one thing that I have noticed, and this goes specifically for race starts, is as a driver sometimes you can kind of tell when drivers around you are trying to play a bit safe, and those drivers who play it safe, they can get sometimes absolutely swallowed up, and every time something happens they're then trying to avoid more and more stuff, and sometimes the best way to take it is just to be as aggressive as possible, and you find yourself coming out clean.
Yeah, aggression has that sort of charm to it, doesn't it? It really does. I mean, some of these drivers will be treating this as a 24-hour sprint, you know, the way they'll be going at it and just trying to keep setting those consistent lap times time and time again. Speaking of lap times, just seeing there the fastest hypercar now is the number 65 there, Navian Heffer. It's second overall, but it's fastest in class, 32.7. You compare that to the fastest lap of the session, it's the DKAKers then in the LMP2 class, 31.7. So really then, the LMP2s and the DPIs there, there's still a bit of performance difference to them, but maybe not in the way we expected.
It's super close between the two classes, and qualifying will really give us that final card to understand what the difference between them is. And if I recall correctly, the DPI cars have a slightly smaller fuel tank, so they're going to have to be pitting a little bit more frequently, and maybe over the whole course of the 24 hours they'll actually be bang on evenly matched. So I'm fairly interested actually to see out of the two teams, or out of the two classes, which one comes out on top, because we talk about the inter-class or the intra-class battles.
I was going to say, actually, Sebastian Deville in the number 33 Team Adrenaline DPI has now just set the fastest lap of this open practice session. 31.649 is our new fastest lap of the session. So good luck then from Sebastian Deville, puts him at the top of the order. We also, in that press conference, spoken to Max Spooner of Team Ebrit, and I think he said one of the quote that stood out to me the most. In these races, you don't pick the winner, Le Mans picks the winner. I think that's a really good way to sum up this twice round the clock dance against Le Mans.
And I think it's a phrase that we have been using so far a fair amount, and I think we're going to continue to use a lot as well, because it's the truth. You can't control what happens to your car sometimes. If it's going to break, it's going to break. All you can do is get your head down and make sure that you can correct those mistakes as quickly as possible. And recently I had an IRL 24-hour karting race, and one of my drivers had an issue with his kart. But he comes into the pits, he's got his head screwed on, he instantly says to the mechanics what the problem feels like. The mechanics are able to work out instantly, okay, this is gone, and in that case it was a crack in the fuel pipe. Able to realize that, we're able to send them back out within less than a minute. But if you don't have your head screwed on, you can't work out what those issues are. You make more and more mistakes, and the similarity between that and the virtual or the virtual race that we have coming up is sometimes teams think, oh, we can save this car, when in actuality you can't. You have to hit the disconnect button, you have to rejoin, take that 3-lap penalty. But sometimes you're just in the moment so much you don't think clearly, and that can cost you 30 seconds, a minute. We've seen it in previous races, and just being able to sometimes say it's over, pull the plug, is such a huge skill, as that's a VRS car of Nella Pastorino going completely wide. I think that's on the exit of the Porsche curves.
Yeah, big time loss there and straight backwards into the wall. So that's not good then. But in these open practice sessions, you can hit escape and go back like nothing ever happened in a completely new car. That also stops tomorrow as well. Once qualifying starts, you can't just hit escape to get back to the pit lane. You have to drive your way back, and it is a long lap here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Just over 13.5 kilometres. So if you do make a mistake on your qualifying lap, it's a long way back.
Absolutely. And as what we've seen in previous years, I brought it up on the broadcast yesterday, drivers losing their rear wings, drivers losing a wheel and trying to get back to the pits as quickly as they can, and over-driving the car, being all over the place, causing a potential issue for other teams as well. And you just need to be able to play it sensible, play it smart, because otherwise all of a sudden you get hit with a black flag and then your race just goes from bad to worse. And it's about having that sense about you, and it's what I was talking about before with regards to if you have an issue. One part of it is knowing, okay, we pull the plug. Another part is saying, don't push it too hard coming back to the pit, because you can cause more issues.
Yeah, very well put. And a lot will happen over the next the 24 hours once we get started on Saturday at 3 o'clock Central European summertime. And of course, hopefully you'll be joining us to see how it all unfolds and how it all unravels over that exciting one. And that's one of the D Hackers cars. Roland Schutz has found himself into the gravel there. I think that was Indianapolis. Also, we've got Ian Pfeiffer, who's also found himself yet again onto the grass. There's Juan Amaya there in another 65 Satellite racing car, and making his way now through the Ford chicanes. These are a really tough set of chicanes at the Ford chicane, because the curves are so high profile.
Absolutely, and the biggest thing for me here at Le Mans, when you go into that final sector, the majority of the track is fairly fast, fairly high speed. You tend to run higher suspensions or stiffer suspensions just so that you can carry more speed through the corners. But in that final couple of corners, you want to be riding into the curbs as much as possible, and that's where harder suspensions can cause a bit more of an issue. It can cause cars to be a lot more unstable as you try to abuse the track limits as much as possible. And you have to be as aggressive as you can with the curbs, but it can compromise you massively. You can get a bad run out of the final corner, you could lose a second, or even worse, you could find yourself facing the wrong direction.
Absolutely. We heard from Glam Racing in the press conference as well. Last year, they were close, fell at the 9-hour hurdle, where they fell unfortunately there, but they're coming back. They want to win it this year. Team's feeling great. They've got those weekly training sessions. What do you think their chances are then for Glam Racing? How well do you think they can do this weekend?
I think they have a really good chance, to be honest. And usually I talk, whenever I hear the term, oh, it's a rookie in this league, etc., I just tend to think, yeah, but no. But I think with Le Mans, it is such a different challenge, especially with it being a 24 hours when the rest of the races that drivers get used to in terms of endurance anyway are 6 hours or 12 hours. I do think it is a huge experience, and you do need to go through a a race just to kind of prove to yourselves, just to kind of get a feel for the race as well. And Glam Racing this season have been so consistent. They've been one of the most consistent teams of any class this season, not making many mistakes, being consistent throughout the majority of the team in terms of pace, and slowly getting quicker and quicker, finishing higher and higher up the standings in the GT3 class. They got the second last time out, and the only step up from there is being able to pick up a win. So I think they are a huge threat. And we already talked about Mugen and Unison. If Mugen want to win the championship, they need to win the race, and they need a team between themselves and Unison, and Glam Racing can fit that bill.
Glam Racing, as you know, as well as Unison, as well as Mugen, they have a new challenger on the horizon. That's Aztec Sim Sports. How do you assess them? Because this is obviously, they're dipping their toe now in at Le Mans. Well, how do you rate their chances, considering that one of their drivers is fastest in class?
It's a new team, a new set of drivers. I mean, with a name like Aztec, you're expecting big things. So far in the practice, they've given us everything we could really expect of them. I think they'll carry that pace through, and this is why, as a commentator on the Endurance Racing World Championship, and I think this is why, as any fans of the Endurance Racing World Championship, it's really exciting to get to Le Mans, because as Sebastian Deville has hit the wall on the run down to Indianapolis.
I think there was contact there for the Team Adrenaline car. We'll have to we'll see if we can get a run back of that one, but I'm pretty sure he got tangled up there. I'll bite my tongue for now and see what happens. But yes, definitely facing the wrong way, not ideal at the moment, but it is the practice session, so it's not the end of the world there. 3:24.266 is the fastest lap of the session so far, and there's Christopher Janek then from Mugen Sim Racing, the LMP2 class, who's gone off in Sector 2 there, I believe that was. It showed briefly yellow flags in Sector 2. Well, that doesn't really narrow it down a much, because Sector 2 for an LMP2 car is around 80 seconds, so 80 seconds worth of track. Somewhere there, Janek has gone off into the gravel. In fact, he hit the wall.
And I just actually want to pick up a brief replay of this, because I think this really highlights, so this was coming out or heading into Indianapolis, because it's such an easy place to make a mistake, because you're carrying so much speed. And when you go through the fast right-hander, you want to be keeping it as tight as possible, and that's what he does, and the back end just steps out on him, and it's so easy to do.
He clipped the grass.
Did he clip the grass?
Yeah, he did. Just on that left-hand side. It's almost like a Danny Kvyat in Japan all those years ago when he was driving the Red Bull. So dependent are these cars on aerodynamics that if they get disrupted, if that airflow gets disrupted, all it takes is that one bit of grass, and just when you're trying to turn right, you're asking too much of the car then, and round they will go. So, but a one for Christopher Janek then as he exits the pit lane and rejoins this session. The great thing about it though is if you do make a mistake, well, this is the perfect time to do it, because hit escape, try again.
As what I was saying yesterday, he's actually the winner here. He's found the limits of the circuit, because, well, you can interpret it in however way you want, but you have found those limits. You know, okay, don't touch the grass on the run into the corner. Myself and David, we were lucky enough to jump on to Peter Simrig, and we were actually in the DPI class, you know, getting some good laps in. I know you wanted to jump in, so I broke the wheel before you could jump on.
Before I could show you both up, yeah, so that was a shame.
But one of the big things with these cars is that run through Indianapolis, because it is practically flat out. And some driving tips that I was noticing and I was planning on giving to David. But in general, I've seen this with a lot of sim drivers, including myself, and it's one of the places where I really struggle. You don't have confidence in the car through the high-speed corners. And that run into Indianapolis is one of those places where you have to believe, you have to trust in the car that when you throw it in, it sticks. Because if that car does not stick all the way to the right, your run into Indianapolis, the tight left-hander, is completely off, because you want your car in as straight of a line as possible when you jump on those brakes.
And confidence is so key around a circuit like this. And you say Indianapolis relies so much on confidence. How confident are you? How much speed can you carry through? Because as soon as you're done with that right-hander of Indianapolis, then trying to find that braking zone, you've got the high-speed right-hander, then you've got to instantly slow the car down for the left-hander. So it's all about, well, where on earth do you start braking? Where on earth do you slow down? Do you lift going through the right-hander? If you're brave, you'll try and do your braking maybe midway through the corner. But that's the easiest way to lock up the brakes and send the car spinning around. It's risk and reward, but I mean, for most of the drivers, I'm glad I'm this side of a microphone rather than behind the steering wheel. That I can tell you, I'm very happy with that decision I've made.
Absolutely, and again, going back to that whole run into Indianapolis, the reason why it is one of my favourite corners on the circuit is I've always been a driver who never liked to look at braking markers. I always just like to look at the corner and brake, and Indianapolis is one of those corners because depending on how you get that run through the fast right-hander, your braking point completely changes. You can't go for the same braking point every time because your line through the fast right-hander changes. And you mentioned about confidence. And while I talked about how for Christopher Kianik he's learned a new downfall or a new potential pitfall of the car through the fast right-hander before Indianapolis, you can take a huge hit to your confidence as João Barbosa. He's into the wall, and I'm not quite sure where that one was, Kieran.
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of that. I think he was just lost the back end there, swapped on him, and once again goes backwards into the wall. We watch Zoltan Varkonyi then for Deek Hackers, then currently third in class at the moment, at least the third fastest driver. It's probably more accurate in these open practice sessions to say third fastest driver in class rather than car. It's a weird habit to get out of, and once we've got out of that habit, well, when qualifying happens tomorrow, we then do have to say, oh yeah, they're the fastest car out there. It's weird. It is weird, that one, but at least with the open practice, it gives the drivers that equal opportunity. They don't have to worry about any driver changes. They don't have to worry about having to sit out. They can just jump in, get the laps in that they want. And in these nighttime sessions, some of these drivers will be putting in the hours here because they'll know this track, they'll know this circuit like the back of their hand in the daytime. But once night falls, it's a completely different story. Well, at the moment then, Sebastian Deville in Team Adrenaline is leading the hyper class cars. Roland Shoes in the Deek Hackers leading the LMP2 class there, and with a 3:27 there, 3:24. It's come up on my telemetry, but yeah. Second here or there won't really matter too much. Leader of the GTE class then is World of Sim Racing at the hands of Jose Berenguer, and leading the GT3 class is the 585 Aztec Sim Sports. Unfortunately, we don't know the driver behind the wheel of that one, but whoever they are, they've said a 356.008, so they are currently top of that class. Very interesting sessions. We've seen quite a few mistakes from some of these drivers, but mistakes in this session is not a problem because that's exactly the opportunity you need and want to make those mistakes. All you need to do is hit escape and try again. It's a frustrating one because it's a 3-minute lap around this circuit. You've then got to try and pick up where you left off. Can be frustrating if you keep going back and back to the pit lane. Well, hopefully you're enjoying this open practice session with us here at GTR24H. We'll be back with more coverage of the EEWC Round 6 open practice here at Le Mans. We'll be back with you very soon.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
to the GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship, round number 6, the finale here at Le Mans at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Myself, Kieran McGinley, and Yusuf bin Suhail with you for this next part of the coverage. Pretty interesting open practice session so far. We've had a review, if you like, of the earlier press conference. If you did miss it, really recommend going back and watching it through, because we got a lot of insight from some of the teams and some of the team managers as well. So if you did miss that, well, of course, stick with us for now. Go back to it later. That would be the advice I would give you. Yusuf, what have you sort of unpacked from this practice session so far? Is there any sort of standouts that we should be keeping our eyes on?
I'm really glad you brought this up, because something I do want to talk about, and it's something that I brought up in the previous practice session, you talked about it so far today as well, is the fact that you get team sandbagging, and you can never really read too deeply into it, but you can sometimes get an idea. And I think the biggest thing that we can take away is the new teams that have joined into GTR24H for this final round here at Le Mans, because we are seeing what kind of pace they do have available to them. And when you are a new team joining in, you know, you don't really care about sandbagging. You don't have a championship to fight for. You just go out there, you show your pace. And I think for the likes of Axel Sports, yes, we kind of saw them at Spa, but now we're getting to see them again. They've been decently quick. Team Adrenaline, top of the standings. They're going to be throwing a spanner into the works without a doubt. Team Rookie Monsters as well in that DPI class. So 2 extra names to what was essentially a 2-horse battle for the championship. Really spices the series up. And again, in the GT3 class, Ace Tech on fire, on pace, and will definitely be affecting the battle, I feel, between Unison Racing and Mugen.
Well, I want to actually bring it on to a little bit of Axel Sports in the DPI class. We've mentioned that they fielded a very strong lineup, but yourself and Alex had the pleasure of actually talking to Alex Young a few weeks ago, which is available on our GTR24H YouTube channel. Highly recommend going and have a look at that interview. It's a fantastic insight into not only Axel Sports, but also into Alex Young himself. He's fielding his son in this lineup.
Absolutely, and if I remember correctly, Alistair Young raced in the Le Mans Virtual as well, so he's got experience doing a 24-hour race at Le Mans. He's a quick driver. He's the son of a Formula 1 driver. I'm sure he's learned all of the tips and tricks from his dad. But that interview with Alex Young was something incredible. I was exceptionally lucky to be invited to do that, and he gave some really good insights. And I remember one of the big questions that I asked him, because it's something that I've always been curious to find out from a professional IRL driver, is the difference between setting up a car in the game and online, in the game and in real life. Because for me, I always look at virtual racing, I think, you've got so much time. You've got as much time as you want to set up a car, but in an actual event, you don't have that much time available to you. You've got however much allocated practice that you have. But Alex said it's actually very similar in terms of how you approach doing a setup, despite having so much more time available to you. And that extra time is more just becoming more familiar, becoming more consistent, rather than making setup adjustments.
Absolutely, and it was a fascinating insight. So once this open practice session is over, though, don't go clicking away just yet. We've got to annoy you a little bit more before you do that, that's for sure. I believe we've got one of the production team behind the scenes. We don't get to see much of him, John Fabricius. He works really hard behind the scenes, making sure everything runs as smoothly as possible, whereas you'll sort of see, well, I would say a swan above the water, but I don't know it's going to be that simple. John is definitely one of those that's the webbed feet underneath, trying to paddle as hard as he can. John, I believe you can hear us now, can you?
Yeah, I hear you fine, man.
John, it's a pleasure to have you on. You're not that far away from us, but a very warm welcome to you. How's it been so far? I mean, organising this massive event, talk us through it. What goes through the planning?
It's been quite chaotic for Peter and I for the last couple of weeks. Stuff actually suddenly happened quite fast, meaning that we had to actually build up the entire studio and have it finished in time. and having arranging of you guys like being flown in, and yeah, lots of stuff, logistics, administration and stuff, talking with partners and being on different meetings, and yeah, it's just been quite hectic. But when you love what you're doing and you have the passion for the field, and you're seeing all the happy drivers and the team being so excited about being here, it's just, yeah, just goes away all the stress, and you just love being here. And yeah, that's where I'm at right now. So yeah, quite happy about it.
And after a year of sort of trying to build up, and you know, we've had a year where a lot of the racing has been solely virtual. Everyone's in their own place. Even the commentary team have their own places as well. We're sort of taking the steps. We've got obviously the commentary team here. Hopefully the team's back next year.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you asked that question, because I don't know what, but like 2 weeks ago, I kind of like start thinking about the physical event and how much I actually miss it. That's definitely one thing with the studio being built up, but you cannot compare to the physical event and how much it means to me and how much it means for the teams and stuff. Like, it's all about the communication, the friendship between the teams and the drivers, meeting up with people, the friendly hellos and stuff like that, like the late coffee at the night, and basically, yeah, having the teams in the booth. And yeah, it's just a completely another thing at having those live events. Yeah, but the studio is here. It's great. We are united again, and COVID has definitely made an impact in the entire world. And yeah, also for GTR, we have been like over the past 6 months been refocusing a lot of how we actually do things around here. Yeah, more exciting things coming from us in 2022 is gonna be the ground, like the braking stuff, where we will literally have some very exciting things coming. Yeah, the of course the EEWC finale is like the peak of the mountain, and yeah, it's just so cool to be here, and I can't wait for the qualifying and the race this coming weekend. And by having the cool backup from ESTV and Motorvision airing our win live, it's just adds more stuff to it, and it's just so cool for the team, for the PR side of things, the brand awareness created for the teams. Yeah, this is what we're about. That's the soul of GTR, is basically to try to, much as possible, like doing brand awareness for the teams and create good PR for the teams, because these are the ones creating these unique events with their driving skills and yeah, and the interviews and stuff like that. So yeah, I love it. I do it more of that as much as possible, basically.
And it shows. Always we see Peffer finding his way off into the gravel. I'm going to actually hand over to Yusuf now, because I've been hogging the mic all this time, John. Yusuf, over to you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
John, something that I should mention, because now we've essentially had 2 years where we haven't had a LAN.
Yeah.
So we've picked up, I feel, a lot of teams who would have joined the Endurance Racing World Championship, or more specifically joined GTR24H, who haven't been able to experience the LAN, and they might be thinking, you know, what's all this fuss about, and not knowing, you know, how much of the backbone of GTR is due to the Le Mans finale. So yeah, what would you say to those teams is the biggest thing and the biggest reason why they should want to attend the LAN? It could be anything from atmosphere, from being able to meet other teams.
Yeah, I think the whole thing about the physical event is definitely the atmosphere. With the creation of the virtual pit we did last time, like having simulated audio in the area where you literally sit in your pit and you can follow the radar. You basically hear your car going through the pits, and you can enjoy the entire race with your simulation software and stuff like that, and basically monitor your car going around the track. It just creates something where basically everybody can go into the other tents, have a good chat about setups, what to do with these kind of things, seeing on the track, and give like tips and whatever. It's something that is just so unique in so many ways. People unite. Most of the people might have never seen one another. They've just been racing against one another, but meeting people in person, it's so different. It just, you might have something about that person in general because you spoke to him and maybe you think he's a nice person, or some you might not think as a nice person, but when you meet people in life, you change your mind. It's just you get a smile on the face, you look them straight in the eye, and you start negotiating or whatever you might need to talk about. It's just so different. I can only recommend the teams ongoing because you meet up with people you've been racing for years and years on, and you never meet them in person. And this is what the event is about: meeting in person, having those good chats. Basically tell about your experience in sim racing and stuff like that. That's why we do what we do, and that's why we've been doing this since 2007. And it's been for such a long time. GTR has been around for more than a decade now. We only commercialized our company back in 2007, but before that we were an organization of like reuniting people from all over the world. But now in 2017 we brought partners in, we built up the brands, and we basically like bringing more and more partners in. And now we have been focusing for the past year on distribution, and that's like getting more and more exposure for the teams because we think they deserve it. They need to get that courage to have maybe a living of what they love doing, sim racing. So why not?
And I want to follow up with just one final question, John, because kind of continuing on from the fact of we haven't had a LAN for 2 years, and I went off that and talked about the new teams and why they should want to come, but I also want to address the old teams, the old dogs who have been with us for however many years. We've had 2 years to plan essentially a new LAN. What is the coolest feature that you think might be coming for the EEWC Le Mans Finale 2022 that wasn't a feature at any of the previous LANs?
I can reveal some. You're gonna see more AR related stuff, like augmented reality stuff and VR related stuff, and trying to combine those two worlds. So I can't reveal much, but there are plans. I would recommend going, and especially, as I said before, because of the unity of drivers in the community. Basically, this is what it's all about. But also because of the experience of being part of something that reminds you very much of being at a real motorsport event, but not entirely. But many may dream of being a real race driver and go to Le Mans and drive in a car, but there will be a large portion of people not able to succeed in life with that, and maybe some would have disabilities and not being able to do so because of like they might not have the force in their arms to do it, or in their feet or the legs to do it. Sim races is just such a great place because for a small amount of money you can basically try your skills with other people who have a lot of money, and it's not the equipment who makes the difference, it's the driving skills. So this is why we said early in 2020 that the subscription fee to join our the competitions which should be free, because this is not the team who should be paying that. It's the sponsors and distribution deals who should be paying for the events to get going. So the only cost that will be for the guys going to the EEWC in 2022 will basically be traveling or accommodation cost for them, and because we know it costs a lot of money to go here, so we want them to have the best possible experience by going to the physical event. So it's basically.
Well, Kieran, that's been everything from me.
Well, John, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. We'll leave you alone now so you could get on with what you do best. But John, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks you guys, and you're doing an excellent job. Keep going, guys. There's many hours to go, and we're not even in qualifying session. So yeah, have a good one, guys, for the rest of the night. Yeah.
I think I just heard your heart just sink for a second there.
No. If anything, the heart rose. With plenty more hours to go, plenty more action to come. I couldn't think of any better way to spend it. I've been noticing, as we were speaking to John there, one driver that's struggling at the moment and one driver that's really pushing the limit is Nello Pastorino. More than once during our interview with John there, he's been finding the limit and maybe overstepping the mark. I mean, yes, it's the perfect session to do it, but 2 or 3 times at different corners, is that driver related or could that be setup related?
I wonder if it's satellite racing already starting to feel the pressure, maybe seeing those lap times being set by the likes of Axel and Team Adrenaline, thinking we need to get the hurry up, and maybe their sandbagging, let's say, isn't actually sandbagging, and they think that they need to find some extra time, and it's a late hurry up call for them, or a hurry up call for them. I want to throw back though to something John mentioned in the interview, because I personally want to disagree with it, because he mentioned about how sim racing, it's all about talent. It's not about your equipment and stuff. Because I hold on to the fact, I like to say I've got a really bad wheel. That's why I'm slow. So I want to pretend like I never heard that comment.
I mean, I'm expecting that door to, as soon as you said I disagreed with John, I was expecting that door to just be smashed down. Yeah, absolutely. But no, luckily that hasn't happened yet. That's the most important part. Well, we're seeing some of these lap times come in, and maybe more lap times that are representative of what we expected from the DPI class. Ryan Nash is topping the table, 32.672. That's much more like it compared to the fastest LMP2 time, 3:24.477. That's the current gap at the moment. Would you say that's a fair reflection of difference in pace between the two classes, or is there more to come?
I think when we've looked at the previous rounds, and I don't know if this is an accurate reflection from previous rounds of the differing in pace between the DPIs and the LMP2s, but we've been seeing around a second, and that's been Varga are exceptionally quick. So even if you want to add a bit of extra time, maybe about 1.5 seconds. Here at Le Mans, 2 times longer, you're expecting that gap to be around 3 seconds, and we're getting towards that phase.
Absolutely, as we're riding on board with one of the drivers in the 166, the ID SimSport team, currently 3rd in class at the moment in the GTE class. ID SimSport, having a look back at them, I mean, from what I can see, they've got 2 cars in here, and this is their first event of the season, so really they're in a position where they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and ID SimSport, I'm just trying to double check where they are in the championship, because they raced in the first 3 rounds of the season.
They did, you're right.
I'm not mistaken, because it's the 177 who've only scored points in 1 round. By the way, ID SimSport had been somewhat struggling until recently. I'm just trying to remember which was the team that Pauli Yes, Satellite Racing. For some reason, I always get Satellite Racing and ID SimSport mixed up to some degree, but there
you go, there's a game at home for you. How many times will Yusuf get the 2 mixed up? They're in 2 different classes, but we'll see how many times he gets them mixed up.
They're not.
It'll be a fun game. I'm only joking.
Right, okay, is that how you come?
That's how it works, yeah. I don't make mistakes, I make prophecies that turn out to be true. That's the saying, isn't it? Let's focus back on practice, because we've gone off topic.
Yeah,
Ryan Nash, though, in the 65 Satellite Racing. Now, we've been obviously talking up this championship battle between the 2 satellite racing classes in the DPI, 64 versus 65, and in this practice session so far, well, 65 is holding all the cards at the moment. Ryan Nash is currently the fastest driver out of the team.
Yeah, but when you look at that 64 driver lineup, and we haven't seen anyone from the 64 team out yet. James Zuber, Martin Hemmingson, Henry Sinek. 3 incredibly quick drivers. I haven't even mentioned Liam Morrissey. He's fast in his own right, but the other 3 are just at a different level at times. And despite looking at Axel and thinking that they're quick, despite looking at Adrenaline and thinking they're fast, and Team Rookie Monsters as well, I'm just still uncertain if anyone can beat that 64 car. I'd like it to happen, because it would make the championship a lot more interesting for us heading into the final few hours of the race, but I am still slightly doubtful.
Well, all we can do is see how it all plays out. Of course, practice sessions are all of those that you don't want to give away too much. You don't want to be giving away your performance too early on, especially right before a qualifying session. There's João Barbosa, who's had an interesting practice session. He currently is the fastest driver in the LMP2 class in this open practice session so far. Just having a look at this time, 3:24.477. Not doing too bad of a job at the moment. In fact, he's quite a way clear from the next car, driven by Gabor Havesi in the Mugen Sim Racing. Again, it is practice, but in that first sector, the Mugen Sim Racing is faster. It's the other 2 sectors where João Barbosa is absolutely flying.
And I'm just trying to wonder if it would be fuel related, because usually if it's a lighter car, it should be faster on the straight, so it should be that first sector where they're gaining the time. But apparently not. And the other thing we do have to remember is with the way that R-Factor 2 works as a platform, all of the times get effectively deleted when a team leaves the session. Once they rejoin, the times can come back up, and that's actually something that's caught out the teams in qualifying. And a reminder to teams, if you do leave during the qualifying session, make sure you rejoin before the end, otherwise you're going to be finding yourself starting at the back of the grid. It's happened to Muster before, I think it's happened to Varga as well, so even the experienced teams make that mistake from time to time. So a lot of the times that we are seeing, there are other teams that have set close times but may have left the session, and as a result it can kind of skew the timing and the gaps.
Definitely. And it's the DPI class obviously came in quite late on into the season. I believe the first race was at the Nürburgring, the endurance race there. So having to make that jump from LMP1 to now the DPIs, I mean, it's an interesting to do halfway through the season. How do you think the teams have adjusted to, that change in car performance, if you like?
Well, the weird thing for me is when the DPI class got introduced, I essentially just saw it as, well, very similar to the LMP2s. It shouldn't be much different. But then you had that fantastic interview with Henry Sinnick, and he essentially said the opposite. It feels completely different. And the rear end just feels really loose under braking, or something that I was noticing when I jumped onto the sim rig. That rear end locked so easily in the latter part of the braking phase. So it is different from the DPIs. I don't think it will require a huge amount of time. It's not completely different, like going from a GT car to an F1 car or something like that. I think it's still relatively similar and does require a bit of time to adapt, but I'm sure by now, after 3 races, well, this is our 3rd race of the season for the DPIs, I think most of the teams should be accustomed. It's the newcomers, the likes of Adrenaline, Team Rookie Monsters, that might have to learn the car. And I mentioned before in the broadcast today and in previous days the fact that teams effectively have an infinite amount of time to practice for the event, but we can't forget one of the great things about sim racing is the fact that you can be doing so many events over the course of a year. From one day to the next, you don't have to be traveling halfway across the world to get to your next circuit. And this, of course, means that the teams are also preparing for other races, so they don't have that huge amount of time. And as well, they could be going from one car to another. They could be racing in 3-4 different classes over the course of a week in multiple different series, and having to constantly adjust from one simulator to another, from one class to another, and we don't really know which team that's going to affect more than others.
Definitely. I mean, Nick Newcomb was talking to the team in the press conference that he's been doing more and more racing over the past 18 months, and really the pace is starting to pick up again. And, I think racing in multiple series can help with you, getting yourself race sharp and getting those split seconds decisions mostly right rather than feeling a bit rusty. So it's great to hear from Nick. It's great to hear that he's getting on the pace once again. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on himself going into this round, and how his team gets on as well in Juice's Motorsport at the moment. One of their drivers at the top of the class. So João Barbosa showing good turn of pace at the moment. We've mentioned him quite a few times. Glam Racing, meanwhile, the 404 of Callum Wilson, is second in the GT3 class in this open practice session. And again, Glam Racing, under the lights, that livery looks amazing, doesn't it?
Oh, it looks absolutely fantastic. Purple does wonders, and I know Alex Gorshman and myself, we attempted to do a rate your livery or a roast your ride segment almost, and the weird thing about it was we did it and we had actually very similar opinions on a lot of the liveries, but sadly a lot of the liveries changed, so we couldn't release the video. Hopefully we can in the future, but that Glam Racing car is absolutely gorgeous.
It really, really is, and the sort of the colours and the little bits of sparkling in the light there makes it look absolutely fantastic. One to watch in the nighttime stages, that is for sure. Yeah, there it is. Then can we see that livery? Oh, down the main straight. That is when it will, well, literally jump out at you. So we'll have to just hold on for another minute and a half before we get to see it under those floodlights. But yeah, Callum Wilson at the wheel of it at the moment, second in class. mean, we're looking at those lap times right now. I think the best lap times are 3:57.414, and his last lap time was, well, just over a tenth over that. So putting in some consistent lap times at the moment is Callum Wilson.
I want to go back to what you were mentioning about Jesus and the newcomer himself, because I was always very surprised when I first saw him racing back at Matsusaka last year, because he brought me onto the team and I was speaking to him and I was like, Nick, a lovely guy. And then I heard that he was jumping into the car. I was thinking, I'm pretty sure he's an old guy. He must be, well, I'm not going to say what age I thought he was in. I might get in trouble for that one.
Might.
I brought it up on the stream. I thought, okay, Nick, what's he doing? And then he went fairly quickly. I was bringing that out. Whoa. That's really impressive. So ever since that point, we've had a little rivalry going, and I've essentially got an open invitation to go over to his house in the north and have a battle with him on our Factor 2 on some track. So if he's not doing well here at Le Mans, once I get back to Stansted, I'm driving straight up north and saying, Nick, you better be ready to jump into sim, and I'm going to be taking advantage of him while he's in a bit of a weak state.
I'm glad you're challenging him. I wouldn't. I'd go nowhere. Well, you
get shown up by an old man.
Well, I mean, that's why I don't want to. I'm staying well clear of that. I'm here behind a monitor, not behind a wheel. I get to do shouting. That's my job. No driving for me, not at all. Ryan Nash then in the 65 Satellite, best lap of a 3:22.672. It's the fastest lap of the entire session so far. And as we start to make our way through the order as well, João Barbosa, again, mentioning him again because he's still top of the LMP2 class in the Juices Motorsport Club. I mean, yes, we can keep going on about satellite racing and how the team are going to be going against each other. They've got two strong teams, but as I was talking to Henry Sinnick, you know, they're going into it and they will be battling each other for that championship win. There's not really going to be any teamwork involved. I mean, we're speaking to that team manager. There's not really going to be a sense of teamwork involved. It is going to be, if you win the race, fair play to you.
Yeah, and 14 points separating the top two teams. So unless the 64 gets pole, if 65 wins the race, they win the championship. So yeah, rightfully so. Team order's out of the window. The only thing they'll be saying is just make sure you don't take each other out, because then chances are neither of them are going to be winning the championship. So aside from that, racing all the way to the end, I believe, in the DPI class, and we're going to be racing away through the remainder of practice, jumping on into a break. We're at the 11 p.m. mark, at least here in Europe, and we'll be back after a short commercial break.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Split. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
To round 6 of the Endurance Racing World Championship 2021. At the final round of the season, we're in the official practice session, our final practice before we have qualifying tomorrow. I'm Spencer Hale, joined by David Christie and Kieran McGinley. And, well, David, good to have you back with us.
It's great to be back, guys, and it looks like I've missed all the fun. When on earth did Ryan Nash set a 3:22.6? What on earth is that about? That is ridiculous pace. About 2 seconds faster than anybody else on the track right now. So I'm wondering if, in all honesty, he's hopscotched over the track at some point.
I think, as Kieran might say, the 65 car is letting the 64 know that it's really challenging him for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say it before, we'll say it again, how it is going to be a challenge for both teams. Christopher Kianek, meanwhile, you might have just seen really getting out of shape and into the walls. So he's not been having the greatest practice session, but again, it is a practice session, so we'll let you off, Christopher. And there was João Barbosa again getting off at that's the forward curves then, and maybe just clouting the curves just a little bit too hard. I mean, David, whilst you're away, Yusuf and I were talking about how the curbs at the forward curves are very aggressive, and if you're running a suspension that's too stiff, you're going to see the back end of it. There's Nella Pastorino as well falling foul of the forward curves.
That is now I'm pretty sure that might be a replay from earlier, possibly because I saw Nello do that exact same incident at the exact same spot. And this is a point that I was bringing up actually with Alex earlier, Kieran, is the fact that we spoke in the press conference to Chris Gitsov of Team Rookie Monsters, and he was saying that they're going to be looking to try and take advantage of the DPI's aggressive car handling characteristics, and that led me to believe that they were going to be going for a harder setup, and it was just with the comments he was making about the car looks twitchier. Well, that goes hand in hand with a hard spring setup and an aggressive firm setup of that car. And yes, it's a handful in the dry, but really, is that a danger you want or a risk you want to take with the fact that we've got a high likelihood we're going to have some water falling from the sky over the weekends, and having a hard, aggressive setup, a twitchy setup in the wet is going to be just a complete disaster, in my honest opinion. The car is going to be completely uncontrollable depending on how much water falls, so they're going to have to balance that one out, I think.
Yeah, I think Yusuf, you were saying before that once we get into the race, that's when the setup gets locked in, and so if the rain starts to fall and the drivers have a dry setup, then they've really got a car that's going to be a little bit of a handful, as you were saying, David, to keep under control. And over the 24 hours, there's Nella Pastorino again into the gravel. Does he save that one? No, he gets slightly onto the grass, but he does get away with it, in fairness, and we'll be able to rejoin onto the track and breathe a sigh of relief that he's avoided the wall. But obviously, with the rain predicted over the weekend, it's going to be on and off. Obviously, the forecast is showing us that rain is going to pretty much be a threat in every single session from tomorrow. So that's going to be a real handful for all the teams and drivers to get their head around, well, how do we approach this?
And to go back to this entire discussion about setup, you asked me in the previous half hour, what kind of setup did the drivers go for? And we were talking about how in the dry here at Le Mans, you go for a fairly hard setup. You've got a lot of fast flowing corners where you want that extra grip, but in that final sector, it can affect you. That's what we saw with Nella Pastorino. You've got a hard setup, you've got those hard springs. When you go over the curbs, the car just does not absorb the curbs that well. And in the rain, that's even more so the case. You're going to be understeering. Hard setup essentially means once that car snaps, once you lose that back end, it becomes so difficult to catch it just because there's no flex in the chassis or in the chassis. So you have to end up going for a mixture of both worlds. You can't make it too hard, and if the rain does come down, at least your setup can adapt to that situation.
Absolutely. And David, I just want to bring your point in because Yusuf and I were sort of going over some of the points made in the press conference that yourself and Alex hosted. A good turnout from teams and drivers alike. More so, we had a 300% attendance rate from one team in particular, the Rookie Monsters. That's a great shout out there. But, you know, quite nice to have this press conference, get the teams involved, get the drivers involved as well, and it gives us that insight that maybe us as commentators need that little bit of extra light shedded on it.
100%. And the other thing on that as well, Kieran, is the fact that, you know, outside of that is the fact that we sit here and we talk about the drivers and the cars out on track, but one of the things that we try and get across is the amount of people that are involved behind the scenes in these types of events. As we see Ryan Nash with a huge hit into the wall. He's so lucky that rear wheel didn't come flying off there, but he meanwhile goes flying back to the pit lane there. Let's get a replay of this, and I think this was this coming down into Arnage. This is, back end just steps out, and again in those DPI cars, it's this is what happens, and you just said that about the hard setups. It's if that back end steps out, it's so difficult to catch it, and you know your instinct as a driver is to fight it, is to try and push and hold on to it. And let me say, if that happens in a race, that is going to be an absolute disaster. So they really have to think on the setups that they're doing here. I get that they're pushing, but yeah, they need to definitely dial some of these setups back a little bit. Just to finish off on the point that you brought up there, Kieran, again, just the amount of people that are involved in these teams, you know, not just in terms of the drivers themselves, but in terms of the team managers, in terms of some of the higher end pro teams will have dedicated setup engineers that are there to help take all the technical data and analytical data and really help work with these teams, because we all know what a physically and mentally draining event this is going to be over the 24 hours. Goodness knows we're going to get a little taste of that here in the studio, helping bring all the coverage to you guys and girls at home. But I can't imagine. I did the 24 hours of the Petit Le Mans in iRacing, and that, as enjoyable as it was, because I was doing VR, I took about 4 or 5 days to properly recover after that. We heard from Taylor saying that it's going to take them about a week and a half to recover fully from that event. And it's, you know, you think that how many other obligations and team races that these drivers have got to go to. I don't think they've got that hour. It's not like they've got that week and a half off. They're just going to take a week and a half to fully recover from that. And it shows where we are with sim racing, not only with the fact that us three are here in an amazing studio in Denmark, but that these guys and girls out there are, for some of them, getting paid quite handsomely to be part of these teams.
Well, I want to say as well, Taylor Lane, I think, was one of those that said that one of the last times he turned a wheel in anger on R Factor 2 was about a year ago. So he's got that ability to jump into a sim and set a relatively competitive lap time, all things considered, to, you know, bring himself into contention and bring that treble 5 in there as well. I mean, Team Rookie Monsters have brought an extra car because they were inundated with drivers who said, are we doing Le Mans? Are we racing in it? Let us race in it. And they've now got an extra car because of it.
Well, the one thing that I want to know from you guys, being brand new to the fold here, is, and I was trying to eke it out of Alex earlier on, is Team Rookie Monsters. Now, we saw the little, not so subtle things at Mugen Sim Racing. I need to know what the juicy gossip behind the scenes with those two teams is.
So, Team Rookie Monsters, I mean, for me, now they're more like the Team Experience Monsters, really, because they've been with EEWC, with GTR for a fair amount of time now. Again, I like to bring up what they did last year in Le Mans, which was get the LMP2 car to push the GT car around the track in qualifying, which was something of absolute beauty. I remember commentating on that and looking at it, just saying, that's bloody brilliant. It's genius.
And it's moments like that, though, isn't it, that rule books get changed for on the fly, because you think, well, hang on a minute, this isn't in the rule book, and this needs to be in the rule book, and this sort of thing needs to be clamped down on. But I mean, I'm just, like I say, just coming into that and the banter between them. Is this a long-term rivalry between the two teams? Between Team Rookie Monsters and Mugen?
So, yes. I mean, you saw the meme. I think Team Rookie Monsters definitely won the rivalry here.
That's essentially the elephant in the room that I'm trying to address, because obviously there's a lot of banter and there's a lot of friendly rivalry. But also in sim racing, there's some of the not so friendly rivalry. And I was saying to Alex earlier, how much of a mental game do you think the two of them are going to be playing?
Well, I was thinking, where have the memes come from? Because I was looking, and Team Rookie Monsters, they aren't in the same class as Mugen, because Team Rookie Monsters are in the DPI and Mugen in LMP2. So I was thinking, is it from a previous year? Was it last year? Did they have a battle? Did they take a win off them? But then I realised, you guys, sadly, you're not going to experience the true Team Rookie Monsters. And if you're out there, Mantis Rekus, where are you at? He was one of my favourite drivers from last year. He posted this picture of a beautiful Repsol Honda bike that he owned. Absolutely gorgeous.
Amazing stuff. And the other thing that I really liked about today, and we're not able to say too much about it, is some of the burblings that have been going on in the background, and we've all been hearing the same rumblings.
You start.
We're not, as I said, we're not going to disclose anything until anything actually comes out, but oh boy, this is potentially going to be a very, very busy weekend. And that actually brings up one final point on that, because obviously at this late stage in the game and looking at things, I would imagine, guys, that it is so important for your team to be focused and ready to go for the weekends. How busy would it be, or how damaging would it be to your weekend build-up to have outside distractions, do you think?
I just want to throw to Kieran quickly, because we've essentially kind of stolen the mic.
I know, we've just having a two-way conversation, sorry.
We've just stolen this, because you're both new to the show, so I kind of want to throw this to both of you, because I always find, for myself as a commentator, you try to be impartial, but every now and then there's always a team that pops up and you think, I really like this team. They've just got an air about them. So, for Kieran, starting with you, and then for you as well, David, have there been any teams like that you would recommend to a fan, go and watch this team? They can cause an upset, or they've got some really fun drivers, personalities within the organisation.
I mean, I'm a fan of Team EEWC at the moment. Some of the stuff they're doing behind the scenes is really, really good. They're a fantastic team to just keep one eye on, and they're just hoping they've got their aspirations on making the checkered flag, making it across the line, which is, on the grand scheme of things, 24 hours of racing. That's not a bad aspiration whatsoever. Finishing a race around Le Mans, dancing twice around the clock, making the checkered flag is an achievement in itself. It's worth a celebration. It's just a bonus if you make it and you're the first one to do it in your class. So yeah, I've been really liking, coming into EEWC, seeing what Team EEWC are up to, see what they're doing, and it is fantastic from that point of view. From an outsider, I'll throw it over to you now, David, because you've had more time to think about than I have. Well, I got and truly put on the spot.
For me, we're in just as difficult a position, because, as I say, we're brand new to the championship, so we're really getting up to speed with the ins and outs of all the different teams and the relationships. Again, E-Team Brit is a fantastic shout, because again, outside of this championship, they're probably the only team that I'd heard of before coming onto the championship, working with Max and Alex and things like that on previous championships that they do. A wonderful team, not just from the E-Team Brit point of view, but for Team Brit in general. The fact that they're so heavily associated with that effort and the idea of inclusivity. Inclusivism.
There we go.
That is the word that I was trying to go.
Well done.
And
you got it.
It's like 10:15 and my brain has just literally shut down. Inclusivity.
It's 11 actually.
There we go. My clock's not updated.
Yeah,
inclusivity is the main thing that they really come across and they bring to the table. And their main ethos is, in bringing drivers with disabilities that would normally see them excluded from a lot of real life activities and proving to them, yes, you can race in real life, yes, you can do sim racing at a cut edge competitive level, and that's what they bring to the table. As we see there Taylor Lane coming out of the final corner here. I'm just watching the E-Team Brit car just actually in front of the Porsche on my screen. But from what I would say for this weekend, my biggest thing is Mugen Sim Racing, because we spoke about it briefly before. I don't think we've had a team that's won 2 championships, 2 different classes on the same season, and given that they've got both in GT3 and in LMP2, and they're both in contention for both of those classes, that is one to watch for me. I think that could potentially be one of the stories of the season for them. However, then you've got the battle between LMP2 and DPI as well, because there is nothing between them. DPI was supposed to be obviously the replacement for it, and in more in 6 and 2.3s, it's very similar on lap times. But I would say, for me, the LMP2s have got the upper hand on that one with a higher downforce. I think at a track like this, they may start to shine. But for me, Mugen Sim Racing, one to watch for this weekend. But I just want to answer whether or not an LMP2 can outshine a DPI, or whether it's going to be the other way about. I think there's going to be a big fight with that.
I think with these practice sessions, obviously, there will be a little bit of sandbagging, we've already discussed. And yes, whilst the LMP2 cars might have a little bit more downforce, that instantly hands the straight line speed advantage to the DPIs, and down the Mulsanne straight, these DPIs are going to hit really, really high speeds, and it's going to really call into question how much of an aerodynamic advantage the LMP2 cars actually have. I think Ryan Nash was just starting to turn a wheel in anger and trying to put in a quali sim, and maybe he's put in a bit more fuel than he would have used for his qualifying session, but we were seeing nearly 2 seconds clear of the nearest LMP2. I guess what we're trying to say is that we won't really know until qualifying tomorrow, and that sounds like I'm absolutely jumping out of the equation and absolutely taking the middle of the road, but it's so true.
But that's how practice is. That's how mid-season testing has always been. It's, this looks good, this team looks faster than this team, but then again, it's mid-season testing, so who knows what can really happen. And going back to your point, David, because I like to see myself as a realist, and realistically, Varga Sim Racing have that LMP2 championship in the bag. Okay, Unison don't have the GT3 championship as much in the bag, but the point still stands. If there is going to be an upset happening, it's probably going to be from Mugen, and if they actually pull it off, if they actually win 2 titles in the same year, that will be something unprecedented in GTR 24 Hours.
And that's an interesting one, because Mugen, obviously, they've got a chance to seal 2 championships on Sunday, depending on how results go. I mean, it's one thing for Satellite to be trying to go for the same championship, but the workload must be intense when you're trying to fight 2 separate championships in 2 separate classes in 2 cars that really have a different performance spectrum.
And I actually brought that one up with Alex, because realistically, you're absolutely spot on. It is such an intense workload for both the LMP2 championship and for the GT3 championship, and realistically, if it's the same team manager looking after both sides, then where do you split your loyalties? You can't give exactly 50% to both teams. You're either subconsciously,
you know what I'd do? I'd just be like, right, headset off.
Right, you do you guys.
I'm done. Yeah. You guys sort it out among yourselves. Give me a call at the end of the race.
Let me know what happens. But in all seriousness, given that they've got such a fantastic position, and you just mentioned there, Varga Sim Racing have got it in the bag, and have they though? Because, I mean, you look at Spa, with the fact that they had a big fat 0 point.
They didn't go to Spa.
Exactly.
You got me like, I don't really know about this Vargas. They didn't make up any points at Spa.
But the thing is they can't have it in the bag if they didn't even turn up to the last event.
That's how confident they are.
That's how you're really, really overselling this here.
I'm just gonna say, right? I don't know. Kieran, I don't know about your stance on this. So here's our notes, right? Varga, they won, they got pole. They won, they got pole. They won, they got pole. They got pole. They got second. There was a penalty that they got that they were very furious about. Where people stand on that is another thing. I think we should be grateful to Varga that they didn't go to Spa, because otherwise the championship would be done and we wouldn't be able to talk about the cool narrative of Mugen getting double titles.
But that doesn't check out, because I mean what it looks like, and again having been brand new to the to the championship, is that they got the penalty at Nürburgring and then just didn't bother to turn up at Spa. Maybe were they in the huff that they got the penalty, or it's. But you're right. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have left this championship wide open. Is that going to come back, Kieran, do you think, to haunt them, given that Juice's Motorsport and Mugen Sim Racing on exactly the same points, just 27 points behind, double points on offer this weekend at Le Mans as we go twice round the clock? 24 hours is a crazy long time, and they've already started to show that sort of... I'm trying to think of the way to word this. They've already started to show that decline in performance. Yes, they had a wonderful start, Yusuf, but their last two races is where they come from.
I think in the case of Varga, even if they had raced at Spa, it's still a case that they probably would have still, trying to defend this championship lead they had. It would have been a bigger advantage if they won at Spa, granted, but they still wouldn't have wrapped it up even if they won at Spa. It would be a hair's breadth, the gap, but it still wouldn't have been.
Won if they'd won at Spa.
Well,
it'd be over.
Well, you see, that's why my maths is I never rely on it.
I've got to agree with Kieran on this one, because if they'd won and say Juices had taken second place, that would have been what? So 7 points difference by my maths.
Varga 27 points ahead. If they won, you would have got another 25 points.
Yeah, but if another team had got another 18, so there'd only a net gain of 7 points.
What team would have got 18? Juices won the race.
But if you're saying that Varga won the race instead at Spa, then another team would have got second place. Yes.
Well, Juices would have got 7 less points, so they'd be even further behind.
Yes, but they'd still be mathematically possible to get this.
No!
I do apologise for what I've started here.
Kieran, I am not imagining this. We are on the same page, aren't we? Here.
Well, I mean, look, I'll come back to the original point.
I'm just in shock right now at the lack of mathematical skill from my colleagues.
Hang on, let me get the abacus out.
We'll get that foam sword out after the broadcast and settle this. Kieran,
the point remains that even if they had turned up at Spa, even if they had won it, even if they finished second, third, fourth, however bad my maths actually is, it falls to a point that it may not be wrapped up, and with double points on offer, it leaves the door further open.
Yeah.
That was the original point I was trying to make. We went through a war.
How long did it take to get to that
it's
point?
The Christian Bin Sahel argument show over there. It's the Christian Bin Sahel argument show over there.
I need to move over to this side of the studio just to say.
What? The bad at maths and the good at maths.
Right, hang on. I'm actually.
Alex, are you good at maths? Then you can sit over here with me.
It's.
Well, yeah, I think he would be.
I saw a nod. I don't know what he said. He mouthed something, but I couldn't quite hear it.
Yeah. I'm actually feeling like I need to go and write this down. But anyway, Kieran.
Yeah.
And Yusuf as well.
Let's move away from
LMP2.
We'll talk about it in the break, and then you can. Yeah.
And if one of us comes back with a black eye, you'll know why. That'll be it, unfortunately. I do apologise for the war I've started.
Our viewership is going to spike just because me and Yusuf have been fighting for the past 5 minutes.
We're going to come back from the break. The whole tables are going to be out. There's going to be a boxing ring in the centre.
Yeah.
And just us like...
Right, on that note then, here's a serious question. Because obviously it's starting to get quite spicy in terms of the championship and the different permutations. Do we think it's going to actually be as aggressive on the track in terms of the fighting over the race?
that's interesting because it's a long race. We've said it time and time again. Twice round the clock is a long race. And to be honest, is it worth exerting all of your, all of that pressure, all of that effort into the first 6 hours when things could still go wrong in the next 18. It's all about being strategic. You've got to work out your pit stops. You've got to be thinking on your feet. You've got to be making sure that if something goes wrong, you are quick to react to it and you make the right call 9 times out of 10. With Le Mans, yes, you could be the fastest car out there, but that doesn't guarantee you the victory over a day worth of racing. What it comes down to is the strategic side, being able to maximise any pace deficit you might have to any other car. Making the right call at the right opportunity, and with rain on the horizon, that's going to make decision-making all the more important coming into this season finale.
And I'm really glad you brought up this point, David, because it's something that I'm now going to be bringing up in the broadcast as if I thought of it myself, because I think it's entirely dependent on who you are. If you're leading the championship, no matter what class you're in, you don't want to be taking risks. If you're one of the cars behind where winning the race doesn't essentially guarantee you the championship, so essentially if you want WOSR as a performance or one of the satellite racing cars, you need to be driving it as aggressively as possible. And that's not to random drivers, that's specifically to your title rivals. You need to be throwing them off their game. Send it down their inside, make them think, make them be scared. If I don't pay attention for a split second into a braking zone, I could get hit, I could be out of the race, because you need to put that pressure on that. And I'm not saying hit them, but drive aggressively. Use the racing line, as one would say, to give them a lovely squeeze, let them know that you're there, kind of thing, because you need to put that pressure on them. You need to increase the chance that they make a mistake, increase the chance that they over push their car so that they run into mechanical errors.
Another little thing that I've just thought of there, actually, while we're talking about fighting and aggression and strategy, DPI in terms of a class, I think potentially this has got the most interesting dynamic out of all of the classes for a couple of reasons. One is obviously Satellite Racing currently running 1-2. How do they approach this race at the weekend? I thought last night when I was talking with Alex, I thought that Satellite Racing were going to have to obviously prioritise the number 64 over the 65. But at what cost? Do they realistically tell the 65 that you've got to be a rear gunner for the 64? Or do they just let the cars race and see what happens at the end of it? And also in terms of that, you've then got the wild card of the Team Rookie Monsters with the 2 cars in there as well. Now, how aggressively do you fight with the Rookie Monsters, knowing they're nowhere in the championship, they're not in contention with that? Do you try and race smart? Do you try and brief your drivers to avoid them at all costs? And if they want to try and take a position, let them through? Or are you fighting tooth and nail for every single position, Cian?
I mean, it's going to be a difficult one. Oh, that's the Glam Racing car I'm just seeing there hit the wall after going side by side with one of the LMP2 cars. I think that was the B32 racing car, just going through in towards the final part of the lap. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Of course, we've got a long time for it to play out. Qualifying tomorrow is the first step towards that. But, it would be great to see both teams battle it out. It would be great to see everybody battle tooth and nail for each and every position, but realistically, they've got to pick their battles wisely. There's no point fighting over a position that, in the grand scheme of things, you're not fighting for. If you're trying to, if there's a car behind you that's not on the same racing lap as you, is it worth wasting all that time going side by side, corner after corner, to eventually, resolve a position that, at the grand scheme of things, didn't actually matter at that point, and all that time's lost when it could have been saved and spared for another opportunity, a much better used opportunity.
Pick your time to jump into a battle, just like we've got to pick our time to jump on into a break. We'll be back after a few words from our sponsors.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
It's time for the final half hour of this first open practice session. And I'm going to start off with something here. Which one of you three children managed to get on the last swing in the playground? Come on.
Right.
Admit it.
Okay, joking aside. I am going to hold my hands up here. I got it wrong.
Okay, right.
Not only did I get it wrong, I actually got it quite spectacularly wrong.
Oh, you did a proper big F, did you?
I did a proper...
Bad at maths.
Yeah. Do you know what it was, right? I completely, for some reason, I completely still had Vargas Sim Racing on 101, not actually taking into account the fact that they would take the 25 points. So, but Alex, on your super spreadsheet, go and put me
well, first things first, we've got to thank our commercial partners and backers for what they've been doing a fantastic job of getting involved with us. The likes of Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault Limited, ESTV, Motorvision.tv. Also, you've got the likes of Sten Goldman with regards to the shirts that we're wearing, Viper Gaming by Patriot, Nocco, the carbs company, Nocco.dk. Right.
Just on that note, can we maybe reach out to like Casio or something to try and get some calculators on board as well? Just to stop this ever happening again. Alex, sorry, you've got the answer.
Right, okay. Now, looking at LMP2, if Vargas Sim Racing came in, didn't take pole position, won the race.
Start this again.
No, okay. And Jesus finished second. The differential would have been that Mugen Sim Racing would have been 53 points behind and would have been the only championship rival for Varga for the final round. So if Varga no-showed for Le Mans, Mugen, if they did get the full allocation of 54 points, they would have won it by 1 point.
I'm so glad the Oracle returned.
Wait,
really
so it's even less clear than we actually thought then. So there was still...
No, the thing was that if Juices had finished second, Mugen still finished down in what that would have been fourth place. They would have got 12 points plus 1. Oh, Matt Webb's just had a big off in the ET 68 Eureka 05. Oh my goodness!
Hit the car so hard that it magically teleported back to the pits.
Yeah, I was waiting for Captain Jean-Luc Picard to say engage.
I know that's like some warp drive and a half going on there.
Yeah, well, it's like hyperspeed with the Millennium Falcon, and you just didn't know where you were going to end up. But yeah, I've been keeping an eye on what's been going on. Ryan Nash had a bit of a big off, didn't he? Yeah. The satellite car.
Yeah, he absolutely did. It was quite impressive that there was actually any of the car left after the way he demolished it.
Can I use my favourite new word now?
Yes.
It was a yeet.
It was a yeet, right?
A proper
okay.
yeet.
You will hear that many, many times over the weekend.
Use that there, Alex.
Sorry?
I don't think you can use that there, Alex. A yeet has to involve one car yeeting another
Well, maybe
car.
a self-initiated yeet. Well, it yeeted into the barriers.
Yeah, that's actually true, yeah.
It all depends on context, Yusuf.
Context, yes. A yeet is needed in context.
Can we get out the dictionary? I want to check out.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
guys,
we were doing
so
we've done
here.
numeracy, now we're on literacy. What's next? Science.
How about double geography whilst you're at it?
No, I barely know where we are now, let alone...
It was all blurred this morning, wasn't it, Kieran?
But Alex would just trounce us completely.
Yes. In several different languages at the same time, yeah.
Oh, God, here we go. The cunning linguist emerges and he sits right here. Moving swiftly on, it has been a very interesting official practice session here tonight. I mean, they go into it's the final practice session before qualifying at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime. We have 2 qualifying sessions, both lasting 3 hours, and that will decide our grid for 3 p.m. on Sunday. One of the interesting things about this event, Yusuf, because I'm going to go to you, because you were here this time last year. The warm-up is very much the build-up, it's the hyping of the event. What can we expect here at GTR24H from your previous experience?
I think. Okay, I was going to go into a slightly joke tangent, but I'll save that for a little bit later. I think we've had enough jokes for a short bit, but I think, to be honest, warm up is more. Again, it's like official practice, but no one's going to be running quali sims. Yeah. Because qualifying's done, there's no point running on those low fuel modes anymore. It's time to start getting prepared for the race, and I think that's the real point where you start tying up the loose ends that you might have.
Yeah.
Practicing your pit entry, practicing your pit exit. How early can you get off that pit limiter without triggering speeding in the pit lane? Those are the kind of little things you want to be doing. Practice having a big crash maybe, and then just jumping out of the server, jumping back in. It's those little things that you need to just be able to refine. That being said, I don't think we're going to see anyone crashing. They'll stop, jump out of the server, jump back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the loose ends that need to be tied up.
Kieran, it's stayed relatively dry all session long. Track temperature still at 29 degrees Celsius. Air temperature, because obviously now we're seeing the sunrise here at Le Mans. One of the things that we're going to see in the early morning, that's going to provide happy hour where the cars really start to get very, very quick indeed. Drivers will be at the tail end of their maybe stint or couple of stints that they've done. The cars are starting to get that little bit more quicker, but also the track has evolved to a point where the drivers are really feeling a lot more compliant, a lot more less complacent with the cars, aren't they?
Yeah, I think as well when it comes to sort of dawn and this early dawn, yes, a little bit of fatigue. This is probably where the fatigue is going to strike the hardest, because this will be coming off the back of drivers that have gone through a whole stint in the dark, in the pitch black, and now they're starting to see this emergence of dawn at the moment as we see one of the Azatec SimSport cars off the track.
I could tell that there was something awry when I looked at David's face.
So it was on my screen there, and the car just absolutely sent it into the corner. It was actually on the first part of the lap there, coming up under Dunlop, and it just threw the car sideways, went about 20 feet into the air, and landed quite abruptly. Sorry, back to yourself again.
No, quite. Interrupt me all you like. I'm just waffling on over here.
I mean, the Christian Bin Sahil argument show was in full effect before I came back.
Yes.
I don't get why people keep calling David Christian. I'd be quite confused.
You know, you got to roll with it, do you? It's late, guys.
I mean, like we've got about 20 minutes of this session still to go, and then we're going to have about a 10-minute roundup of what's happened, not just about tonight, but also last night as well. I mean, I can't. No, there's been some great standout performances, especially with the LMP2s. But this is practice. Qualifying tomorrow night, the two sessions, it's going to be very different. Yusuf, you mentioned about weather. That is going to play some kind of factor, but the weather hasn't quite hit Le Mans yet.
No, it hasn't, and, well, it's weather. It could change right up until it does eventually fall, and we are expecting it to be drying in that qualifying session, and I genuinely think that's going to make qualifying so interesting once we do get to that point, and it's going to be on the teams to be able to get the right setup. Of, again, they're presumably going to get a dry setup and wait until it does get dry to put in some laps. And the last time we had that kind of a situation was actually back in Indianapolis when it was Deuces in the GTE car GT3 car, who picked up their... No, sorry, it is GTE class, who picked up their only pole of the season.
Yeah. Kieran, coming back to you, who's impressed you in this session? I mean, it doesn't really matter respective of which cars, but which team has really stood out for you?
I think it'd be really easy to say sort of 64 Satellite have looked pretty sharp at the moment. 65 Satellite have looked pretty sharp at the moment. Their drivers are, we've seen some of them make a couple of mistakes here and there, but that's exactly what a practice session is for. And sometimes you just need to make those mistakes in this, low-risk strategy, low-risk session where you can reset the car. You can just go back to the pit lane and start like nothing ever happened in order for you to learn where the limits are. And that's the most important thing to learn, is over a long endurance, you've put the car through its paces. How much can it take? How much punishment can you give it before it bites back?
David, I mean, we've seen a lot of new entries for this final round of the 2021 season. I mean, Team Adrenaline are still out there. Roman Senor out there at the moment, putting in a 328.7 as the best lap so far. Top speed on that car, 334 kilometers an hour. It's nice to see new talents join the championship and drivers that are quite new to the R Factor 2 platform. I mean, you had a good chat in the press conference with Taylor Lane earlier on tonight.
Yeah, I did. I mean, obviously, it's important to clarify Taylor not new to the R Factor 2 platform, just having an extended amount of time away, coming back to it just a couple of days ago. But some of these drivers, as you say, brand new to R Factor 2, brand new to the championship, and this is what can only be described, Alex, as the proper baptism of fire. I mean, one of the most competitive fields is Roman Senor. That is a hefty repair bill on that car, and that is not one that you want to see. It's fantastic to see so many of the teams really encompassing and welcoming so many new teams and drivers into the mix, because let's take DPI, and again we keep going back to like Taylor Lane and Team Rookie Monsters and that, and they've shown that they've got incredible pace, but they're not in it for the championship. So you know, if I'm the likes of Team Viaducting or Satellite Racing, I'm a little bit nervous because they're coming into the final round, one of the pivotal rounds of the championship, and they've got the pace to maybe make a nuisance of themselves. I've got no doubt that they won't, but oh my goodness me, as the 404 cars decide to have a little bit of a moment there. Callum Wilson and his we saw this quite a lot last night with some of the teammates having maybe deciding that it's they're having a couple of laps and they're just having a wee bit of fun with each other. But to finish off answering your question, fantastic to see so many new teams, new drivers out in the championship and bringing a little bit of spice into the mix. As
one of the drivers was saying this before, they've loaded it into the session as a safety car, they drive out of the pits as a safety car, and then they park up. Someone's decided to have a bit of a field trip in the safety car. Nice. They made their way up the pit lane. Yeah, quite literally a joyride. The VRS car is swapping behind them. The VRS car doesn't know what to do.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if there's meant to be a safety car out on track. Maybe it is.
Well, I think we do need to let the ladies and gentlemen know about a little something we were going to announce last night.
Weren't we? So...
Right, okay, so that happened then. So basically that car decided to follow the pace car off into the gravel there.
It's sort of like follow the leader, isn't it?
You know what they say, you have to follow the pace car.
Yeah, that's so.
Oh, what was it? Days of Thunder. I want you to hit the pace car. Why do I need to hit the pace car? Well, you've hit every other damn thing on the track, haven't you?
I'm trying to find out who that was. Goodness me, that was nice guys that we've got a little bit of light entertainment towards the end of our show here.
We'll come back to what we were due to announce before you literally got the giggles after seeing the safety car go off into the gravel trap being followed by one of the LMP2 or DPIs. So, Yusuf, please enlighten us, good sir.
So what you just saw with that pace car isn't actually going to be the most entertaining pace car moment of the weekend, because yours truly is apparently going to be doing the formation lap in the pace car for the start of the race. So if you see the safety car crashing, Dave kicked me off the sim rig and he jumped in instead.
I was going to say, that was a preview of what's to come, wasn't it?
Literally outbraked himself.
What we need to do is we need to get a poll on YouTube, right now, or Facebook, or wherever you're watching, to decide whether or not our very own Yusuf is going to stack it on the formation lap. That is
No. I've got a better one. Which out of four corners will he end up in the gravel or in the barriers?
We do have faith in you,
because then the folks at home who've been watching all the way through, thank you very much for tuning in all the way through on Facebook Live, YouTube on the dedicated GTR24H.org YouTube channel. We are going to be broadcasting on over 30 channels this weekend, courtesy of the Esports Television Network. Our good friends over in Germany, Motovision.tv, will be broadcasting the entire race live. So we are expecting a lot of you people out there to be very interactive with us. Use the hashtag GTR24H. I've really enjoyed the fact that all four of us are now here. We're about 10 minutes away from the conclusion of this free practice session. For us, the weekend has really truly started, but for the teams, there's been a lot of preparation. And Kieran, just look at it from a team's perspective. How do we look at it we can't really compute on how many hours they put behind the wheel, how much data they've analysed, especially over the last couple of sessions or so. The teams are really up to put on their best foot forward, aren't they?
They are. We heard from Glam Racing that, the drivers go through weekly training sessions. So that's the level of effort we're getting into here to make sure they can consistently put in those lap times as best as they possibly can. And towards the end of this session, you see 3 of the Glam Racing cars out there right now all together. This is the last chance they get to have all of their cars, or I say all of their cars, but all of their drivers sharing using the same car but all racing at a different time. This is their last chance, so it really is an eye-opener for the teams, this last chance to really understand maybe who's going to be in the car in the qualifying session.
All I'm going to remind everyone of what happened last night in non-official free practice one, where we had that gaggle of LMP2 cars, we had the 2 Rookie Monsters cars, the 555, and there was a Glam Racing stuck behind, and then it all went horribly wrong. I mean, you two are giggling like a pair of girls over there. What's the story, Mr. Christie?
We on about thanking our audience. YouTube, David Nichols thinks we're talking about strategy. Thinks that the 128 Satellite Racing in GTE is going to punt the 64 so the 65 can win. That is some inter-team politics right there.
Oh my goodness me, that's the comment straight out of the playbook there. Shots fired, I think, when you say, guys.
Is that the David Nichols?
I think the one and the same.
There you go.
He's a Satellite Racing fan, is he?
Well, there you go. So Ryan Nash, also, that we saw topping the time screens earlier on, is a bit upset that we were comparing LMP2 quali laps and DPI race laps.
That's what... Wait, LMP2 quali laps and DPI... Oh, okay.
So I think he's trying to say that basically the LMP2s were just, they were really hustling it along. The DPIs were just, on race pace. They were just nice and casual.
I mean, the thing, I can understand exactly where he's coming from, because these practice sessions give the drivers opportunity to do low fuel quali runs ready for tomorrow evening, but also race simulation runs. They'll want to see how far they can push the tyres and also the fuel tank, because when you get to the lower, like say, quarter of a tank, it's going to be a difference where the drivers might decide to use a little bit of lift and coast, maybe going down the Mulsanne through the Hunaudière to use a little bit of slipstream. That's going to use less throttle application, less fuel going into the engine, and that might give them a lap or two in the books.
And I just want to jump in, and I want to apologise to Ryan before I say this, because this is going to be a roast and a half. But Ryan, maybe instead of complaining about us comparing you to the quali laps of the LMP2 cars, or of the LMP2 cars, maybe you should stack it into a tyre barriers in the middle of your race pace run.
Oh.
Just saying. Just suggesting.
So do we have a fire extinguisher?
I'm going to say a particular phrase now, and now for something completely different.
I'm going to get an angry message from Ryan. Ryan, I'm sorry, but that one was
No, it's too late. Damage is done now.
Yeah,
damage is done.
The damage was done.
You know what?
He jumped in.
The main thing is you apologised, and then you sort of self-corrected what you said. You appreciated what he said, but then it was out of the frying pan into the fire, and you'd done that already.
He's immediately replied saying, "Don't you guys want some entertainment?" Sad face.
Ryan, you've definitely given us some this evening. Hopefully, you can give us some fantastic racing out there for the twice around the clock race. This is about the community, and it's nice that we get these interactions from the drivers through the YouTube chat, through the relevant streams that are being populated. It's as the Glam Racing cars are going side by side.
I saw that as well. It's like the. I don't want to say they're doing it not very well, but they are not doing it very well. It's
that was
it would be a fantastic chance for us to bring them up on stream and for them to
extinguisher again.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a fantastic chance, and we could give their brand some exposure, and it look really, really nice. But instead, they're just
no, there's not three. There's
four. One in the background, but
it's like trying to keep follow the leader again, isn't it?
They're just trying to throw it into every single corner here. Here we go. Yeah, it does look spectacular though, seeing all four of those cars, but they were much closer earlier on, and they're really not getting the hang of this train driving too well.
Who's the 404 car right at the back who can't keep up?
Hang on, I don't know if I might be able to just try and...
But while you do that, Taylor Lane's also been on as well, saying could be worse, could get a DQ from the session like me for the headlights not being on during a pit stop. What makes it worse is I didn't even turn them off.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, there's the SR Nightmare in the 777. We did briefly see... Callum Wilson's at the front of the train.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he was in second, and then he...
Lee Russell.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to get back to the other ones.
This is very important to understand who the quick drivers are.
Right, okay. Henrik Hoyer will be in one of the other cars.
Yes.
Okay.
So, should we play? Is it Henrik Hoyer third or fourth?
I'm actually going to have a look at the live timing.
I'm going to say Henrik Hoyer's fourth and just avoiding this chaos.
I think it's as follows. It's going to be... So it's Callum Wilson at the front of the train, Lee Russell, Henrik Hoyer, and Jakub Kowalski. That's what I think is that quartet. No, actually, it's Kowalski ahead of Hoyer. So the first two we were right.
I'm taking that. No, I'm taking the fact I was right.
The first two you were right. You literally saw it on the screen.
I know, but it's obviously... That's why I scrolled through them, because I wanted to try and see if I could actually catch the other two, so I wouldn't get the... I got it mixed up, but hey, it happens.
You can't say you were right on the first two after you already saw it.
I know I wasn't wrong on the first two, Yusuf. It was the back two I was wrong on.
So with 5 minutes left to go, we hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast.
4 minutes? Hang on, can't you count?
Oh, no, we've already established that one.
No.
You just had to throw that in there, goodness me. This is degenerating at a rate of knots.
Just sitting there, poor thing, just thinking.
I'm just going, it's been a long day.
In all honesty, I know we've said this numerous times, but I have had an absolute blast tonight hanging out with you guys. Hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed it as well. And obviously as the weekend goes on, we'll be getting more and more serious. But this has just been so much fun watching the drivers out there, and it's been nice as well watching the drivers actually having banter with each other as well, not only in the Discord server but on the YouTube channel and the Facebook channel as well. And it shows just how much they're enjoying the prospect of this weekend.
I like the fact that you've got teams running in separate classes here, Yusuf. I mean, ID SimSport have brought 3 cars to Le Mans, haven't they? They've got the LMP, was it the LMP2 car? Yeah. And they've got the 2 in GTE, if memory serves me correctly. No, it was 1 in GTE, 1 in GT3. It's really good to see that some teams are competing multiple different classes, and it just goes to show that that's how drivers within the sim racing community get an opportunity to get a foot on the rung in the ladder and manage to progress through by having different parts of the team in different categories, and they may be also running in different championships for all we know.
And I think it's quite good as well because, as you mentioned, they might be running in different championships, and you might have drivers who are more specialised to driving, let's say, the GT3 car. So you want to be putting them into that specific car. Maybe, I mean, different teams will work in different ways. So for me personally, if I was running a team, I'd like to have all of my cars in one series or in one class, just so that if one driver gets good, I can promote them easily without them having to learn a new car. But others would prefer to have, we bump you up to this brand new class.
Kieran, over to you, really. We're about 2 minutes away from the session as I don't know which car that was going through towards Dunlop, taking the escape road there. There's been some few accidents up there over the years. What are your thoughts ahead of tomorrow? Because qualifying is going to be the real serious nitty-gritty. The teams are going to be absolutely fired up, and they're going to put their fastest drivers in there. It's going to be a dogfight, let alone for the twice around the clock race. It's also going to be a dogfight for both sessions in daytime and nighttime.
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what João Barbosa can do in the Juices Motorsports Club, because he's been at the pointy end of the LMP2 class throughout this entire session. Yes, there's been a couple of mistakes, but it is practice. Finding the limits is very, very important. We've already established that. But it's how representative these lap times are going to be. We haven't seen every driver in the LMP2 class. We weren't expected to see every single driver in this open practice session, and that's fine. But from João Barbosa's pace so far, he's definitely one to watch in that class, and I reckon he could do a really good job for Juices Motorsport Club. We'll just have to wait and see until tomorrow and see what happens.
And then, David Christie, the gloves are off.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and I don't think we can fully get an idea of just how aggressive this weekend is going to be. I asked Yusuf and Kieran just before you came back, Alex, about what we thought in terms of how hard some of these drivers and teams are going to fight. And for me personally, I think this is going to be no love lost in any point of the race whatsoever. I think you're going to see elbows out and probably some of the most physical racing that we've seen through the championship so far. And yeah, I have to agree with Kieran. The pace that Barbosa has had, not just tonight but last night as well, shows that he is really going to be one to watch. Again, there's the debate on whether or not it's going to be qualifying pace or whether this is, race pace, etc. But nonetheless, Jesus Motorsport Club, very, very good position for the championship, and yeah, it's certainly going to be an amazing race.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, clock has hit 0. That concludes the session as Joao Barbosa manages to get an absolute run and a half down the Mulsanne Straight on the 51, the WOSR iZone Performance. In picture, top right corner, well, I think your phrase at the beginning of the podcast talk show, we will have a couple of talk shows actually this weekend. The rather terrifying skills of one Estonian in the form of Henry Sinek, absolutely manhandling that Cadillac. I'm really looking forward to seeing what not just he brings to the table, but both cars.
Yeah, I mean, he's a phenomenal talent for satellite racing. He knows, in an endurance format, he is unstoppable. And whichever team he's a part of, is really benefiting from the pace he can bring. He's also now the team manager, so there's a sense of him being a quick driver. He's able to motivate and encourage, and he says, that management is a different kettle of fish. But it seems like from sitting down and talking with him that he's really enjoying this challenge and really enjoying this season, especially.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that really concludes our first official practice session for the 6th and final round of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Le Mans on GTR24H. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time, as we're going to have a short debrief just to sort of look over things over the past couple of days. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments' time.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, it's time for a brief roundup of what's been happening over the last couple of days. Alex Goldschmidt, Kieran McGinley, David Christie, Yusuf Bin Sahel. Guys, I'm going to be completely 100% honest. This broadcast has just brought the coverage here from GTR24H up to another level. We've had banter. We've been very serious at the points when it's needed to be, but altogether, guys, I mean, being in the studio, there's no feeling quite like it, is there?
Winning a race is pretty cool, but I haven't felt that one yet, so...
I have.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
Yeah. Just jumping in on that one, Alex. It's brilliant. Like I've obviously seen you guys, talked to you guys, worked with you guys, and this right now for the first time in like 18 months. But this is my very first in-person sim racing event, so this is awesome. But also actually coming together after what everyone's been through, working with the production team and everyone here. It is such an honour, such a privilege, and it feels fantastic because it's not only the event that we're doing here; it's all the lead up to it, and it feels honestly like we're part of something much bigger.
Well, in the meantime, before we get on to brass tacks, Henry Cynic has struck with a 3-minute 23.766. Get this, 7/10 quicker than Joao Barbosa and the number 16 Juices Motorsport LMP2. The thing is, he might be the team manager of Satellite Racing, Kieran, but he has just sent, I think, the biggest warning shot as saying, you want to have a battle with us? You're going to have to fight us tooth and nail, kicking and screaming, all the way twice around the clock here at Le Mans.
Yeah, and there's no better signal, no better way to send that signal than by sending out that massive lap time. I mean, it's going to be something that teams throughout are going to be really keeping an eye on, and keeping an eye on Henry Cynic himself. We've already seen over the course of this season, over the course of last season, how dominant he was. When you get him into a car, when you get him into this, whatever it is, whether it was an LMP1 car or whether it's now a DPI, he's phenomenal behind the wheel. He really is one to watch and one to beat, and if you can beat Henry Cynic, you could beat anyone.
I mean, Yusuf, when I got my first glimpse of Henry Cynic with Pinson Drillers Esports and the McLaren Hypercar, the Senna GTR, I might have been talking, but my brain was like thinking, I can't compute this. He is an absolute animal.
And it's not just him as well. You look towards the likes of James Zuber, and again, towards Varga as well. Marcel Tinchik, incredibly quick driver. There's a lot of good drivers in the Endurance Racing World Championship, but there's 4 or 5 exceptionally talented sim racers, and it is truly a privilege to be able to watch them. And let's not forget as well, for Henry Cynic, and in fact for the entire 64 Satellite Racing team, the first lap that we caught in the top right of the screen, that was his first lap on the server all week. Yes, he might have had his own private testing, but regardless of that, and David and Kieran, for you as well, who have both driven, you'll know that once you jump on into a new server for the first time, that first lap is still never going to be quite there. He was still faster than his sister Satellite Racing team. Second lap, 3 seconds quicker.
Need we say any more?
It is unreal. It really is. And then it also reminds me of I think was it Ryan Nash for Satellite Racing, who we no longer have the time up on the screen, but I'm positive it was Ryan Nash that did the 322. One of the most ridiculous laps I think we've seen. I'm still halfway positive they actually cut some of the course just to make some of that time up. But you know, on that note, it is ridiculous that a driver can come in, as you say, onto a server, set his first flying lap, and immediately be right on the pace. That, for me, is a huge warning shot to the rest of the drivers.
He's probably on a race fuel load as well.
I mean, his last lap was a 3:25.1.
The thing with that as well is it's all very well, you know, us looking at the speed and the times and the qualifying pace and things like that, but what we need to now start deciphering is who can do that over a race pace, who can do that over, you know, consistently lap after lap after lap, because how many times have we seen over the last day and a half drivers going very quick, and then the next two corners they've binned it into the wall. They can't do that in the race. They can't afford to do that for their team, and they more than likely won't do that for the team. So again, it gives us maybe an idea about qualifying pace, but nothing else so far.
Okay, really, to close things out, I'm going to ask you guys for not a prediction, but I want to know, who are you keeping eyes on reference qualifying for tomorrow? Yusuf, I'll start with you.
For each class or overall?
I would say LMP2. So we'll go, every one of us will have a chance to...
Okay.
Yep.
LMP2. Mugen.
Okay. David. GTE.
GTE. Ooh, that's a very good one. I think DIS Sim Racing Lab, if Andy Kurtzen is behind the wheel for qualifying.
Okay. Kieran, DPI.
I think the hands of Henry Sinnott, Satellite Racing, look pretty ominous. I'd go for them.
Yeah, I mean...
means Alex wanted to talk about the GT3 class.
Yes.
No, I mean, the thing was, that was completely unplanned. I was just like thinking... but I mean, it's very difficult when you look at it from so many different perspectives, but looking at the way the timing has been, I'm going to say Glam Racing. I think they've got a real good chance because Lee Russell has been at the top of the timesheets. Kuba has been a bit further, but he looks to be in race pace. I think Glam Racing have a genuine shot at pole. They have improved over the course of the season. You know, they had 3 successive fourth-place finishes. Then did a third. Then Spa finished runner-up. And so when I spoke with Maria from the team boss, I said there's been one step that's eluded you. It's the top step, and they want to try and win at Le Mans.
The thing is, for me, I feel with Glam Racing, yes, I think they have been improving, but I don't think that has been in terms of raw pace in qualifying. And for me, I think in each of the classes, except for LMP2, because this isn't the case, there's a new team coming into each of those classes, and I think each of those new teams have a very realistic shot actually of being able to take pole, maybe with the exception of DPI because Henry Sinnott is just a monster.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... I think the 3 cars that I'm going to keep an eye on, Glam Racing, Unison, but I think realistically, Mugen Sim Racing, I think have the genuine shot at pole. That McLaren has looked pretty good around here at Le Mans, hasn't it?
I mean, they've had 2 poles already this season, so... I mean, I'm just checking. They've had the same number of poles as Unison, so statistically, it's a 50-50 between them.
And on that bombshell, that's really it from us here at GTR24H. Kieran, David, Yusuf, guys, it's been an absolutely brilliant broadcast here tonight. A big thank you to Peter Moncombe, our broadcast wizard, with a very fantastic Danish beard along with that as well. It's very magnificent, isn't it?
It does the job. It really does fit that Danish stereotype quite well, doesn't it?
It does indeed. A big thank you, as always, to Jon Fabricius Torell, the man that really steers the ship here. Both guys have been hard at work behind the scenes. We've been very hard at work behind the scenes. Like, literally, there's been quite a lot going on. You know, John was saying earlier on in the broadcast about, you know, the tight schedule we've had to get this studio ready.
I almost died up there. I was like, nails in.
I still remember. I mean, the thing is that we're still doing the vlogging, though. I mean, that's being. What clip are you on now, Yusuf? Is it 329?
824.
I would believe David, but he's already disproving his math skills, so...
This is going to follow me all weekend. Am I wrong, though?
No, you're not.
There we go, then, see.
Okay, well, on that note, we have to say a big thank you to all our partners. Viper Gaming by Patriot, Nocco the No Carbs Company, Nocco.dk, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault Limited, Esports Television Network, Motovision.tv. Sten Goldman referenced these shirts that we are wearing at the moment. That is it from all four of us tonight. Tomorrow, qualifying for round 6 of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship season finale, where we go twice around the clock here at Le Mans, starts at 6 p.m. qualifying 1. 9:30 p.m. qualifying 2, so daytime and nighttime qualifying. Be rest assured, you don't want to miss this, because this is GTR24H. Good night, see you tomorrow.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season Le Mans is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motovision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.